Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 6th at 5:30, actually 5:32 p.m. I want to go ahead and call this special meeting, council meeting to order. If I could have the city secretary read roll call, please.
Mitchell. Flores-Cale.
Here.
Zuniga.
Here.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. Looks like we have 5 present. We do have a quorum. Next up, we have citizens' comments period. This is the time where City Council can welcome citizens to speak on any items on the special agenda. Do we have anybody here that would like to come up and speak? Seeing that we have nobody here for citizens' comment, I'm going to go ahead and close that. Next up, we have executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, ACE-GCM contract, San Marcos and Kyle EAA lease water agreement, AFFION executive search agreement, possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072 to deliberate the purchase of real property for public purpose, downtown property acquisition, personal matters pursuant to Section 551.074, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Fresco.
Okay, thank you. We are now in executive session. If we're ready to go. Okay, we are now back, reconvened back into the special meeting. No action was taken. If we go ahead and make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned. We will be back shortly. Grinch, we see that you served part of your community service hours at Santa's arrival last week. However, we would like for you to finish your community service hours by spreading holiday cheer at Santa Rides in Kyle, December 13th through the 15th. And with that, we hope that you have learned your lesson on trying to stop the holiday cheer here in Kyle. Are we good, sir? All righty. We shall see you on the... Good evening, everybody. Today is Tuesday, December 6th. I'd like to go ahead and call this regular City Council meeting to order. If we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. If the city secretary could please call roll, please.
Mitchell. Flores-Cale. Here. Zuniga. Here. Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. Okay, we had called to order. Next up, we have approval of the minutes. I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the City Council special meeting minutes for November 15th.
Second.
Also the regular special meeting and also the regular meeting on the 15th as well, on the 17th.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Bradshaw. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Parsley.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Ms. Parsley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Okay, next up we have citizens' comments. This is the opportunity to bring up the citizens early in the agenda. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before meeting. Speakers may be provided an opportunity to speak during this time period on the agenda items or any other matters concerning city business. They must otherwise also have a 3-minute time limit. Looks like we have 2 that have been signed up. The first one we have is Ms. Evangelina Chapa.
Evangelina Chapa. Thank you for allowing me this time. Hopefully I can get through in 3 minutes. If not, hopefully you could give me more later on. It's on regards to item 35, the master plan. Last week they had the PNC had their meeting, and I was very happy the way they did their research in that plan. They were not very happy. I don't agree with what they had also, so I was very glad to hear the things. But I know that 20 years ago, we had the comprehensive plan, and I know we're getting ready for the 2030 comprehensive plan. And the 20 years ago, it said, the report was that they had to start with the historical part of downtown. And to me, this master plan that they had seemed to me like it should be future in 20 years, because nothing has caught up from the last 20 years, really. And so I was very glad that they were not happy with it. They hesitated in sending it to y'all, and they did not want to send it to y'all, but I think that the Planning and Zoning Director burst their bubble and said that you all were expecting it, and that it was their responsibility to get it to you. So I'm hoping that you deny this master plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like I've also had some additional citizens' comments that were brought up to me. The next I would have Ms. Lila Knight, or you want to wait?
During the public hearing.
During the public hearing, okay. Be next, we would have Cynthia Barton.
Hi, I'm Cindy Slovak Barton. I'm the co-owner of Barton Word Building across the street at 113 West Center Street. Sorry, I didn't know we were supposed to wear sparkles and everything. I would have done that. I'm commenting on the downtown plan. It's got some interesting points that might improve our stuff, but I think it needs a lot more thoughts and input from businesses, especially those that are going to be impacted. I've written down a few. I'll go through them real quick. If you're taking out the parking along Main Street and Center Streets, you're taking it all out. I paid a lot of money for engineering to have those put in. Paid a lot. And I worry about so many spaces being taken out if you do not at the same time put in parking very close elsewhere. One of my tenants has informed me that if the handicap parking is taken out by the building, he won't renew his lease because he mainly does Zoom work, except for the elderly, and they have to be able to get to the building. Let's see, like I said, if you're going to take out all that parking, make sure that simultaneously the public parking is put in half a block or a block away. Make sure that you allow overnight parking, because I'm the only person right around the square that has tenants, and they really do need the parking. I purposely put up also a ring-up system, a very secure system. Nobody can get in the building unless they're buzzed in. So if they're going to have to walk any distance, we need to make sure that it's safe. You know, we don't have a huge crime thing here, thanks Kyle PD. They do a good job, but it is scary for the women in the building if they have to walk very long. If you do have to take the parking out next to the building, is it possible to mainly look at the alleyway, which is not paved and gross and everything, it's also above the grade of the building. Is there a way to put a handicap parking there and possibly put a loading zone parking space there? There is space for 2 parking spaces behind my building that you could have a loading zone and an elderly parking. That would help a lot. And then the other thing that's really weird, and I've tried looking at this through Texas, municipal code and all that kind of stuff. Can you really tell a business how long they have to be open? Because I'm like, if you only have 3 employees, you may not have the money to stay open 10 hours. It's a real problem. So I know that the other tenant in my building has said, if that goes into effect, they won't renew because they do not have the manpower to stay open 10 hours a day. And right now I'm putting in, well, I was going to say I'm putting in $110,000 right now because city administration had asked, please put in micro offices, please, please, please. It's under construction inside, and this comes up. It's going to kill the plans for the micro businesses that you guys asked me to put in there. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I have Ashley Contnier.
Hi, I am Ashley Contnier. I am the owner and publisher at the Hayes Free Press. We are in the building that, the Barton Word building that Cindy was mentioning. But my question or hope today to get is this past Thursday when you guys had the Santa's arrival, and this has happened a couple of other times. I know that you guys closed the street on the park side of you closed Main Street on the park side. But this week on a business day, my side of the street where my employees park was also closed, but we didn't know that. So we parked there in the morning before everybody else arrived. And then by the time it was time for us to leave, we couldn't get out because there were tents behind our cars. We also couldn't I had to have a vendor move a barricade so that I could even get off the street. And I totally understand that you guys are going to do events there and it's city property and all of that, but the communication of knowing where you're going to be putting things, because you guys don't always put tents on our side of the street, but sometimes there are tents on our side of the street. And so just knowing, if we're going to be able to get in and out. I know a lot of times on the weekends, if there's a parade and things like that, we'll get a paper from you guys that somebody will come by and say, hey, it's going to be closed. We got none of that this time. We got, on Wednesday, you put the signs in front of the park that said no parking 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. But if our side's going to be closed, if we could have some sort of sign. We also have residents over there, so we try to be cognizant of where they're parking so that we're not taking up their parking, but we're also under construction. So there's a whole lot going on, and just a little bit of communication about where we should be would go a really long way in just knowing, especially on business days, because we're not there on the weekends usually anyway. So thank you.
Next, I have Jennifer Alviso.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Alviso. I'm representing, I guess, our street on the east side. We're talking about Button Creek Road and Lehman and Dacey. And we've had a lot of discussions on that. I appreciate all your time so far, and I'm hoping for a conclusion this evening to see what direction we're going to go in resolving the traffic issues with the stop sign there. We have had a lot of progress and new building and everything's zoning out, and all of our farmland is gone that was right next to us. And a lot of people are moving in, and we're having a lot of traffic right there at that stop sign. It just it's not made for that kind of traffic. And so we'd like to have some kind of temporary solution until the road bond goes through, to put up some lights there, or whatever solution we can come up with to make that a little easier through there. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one more. It's Steve Laurie. Do you want to wait till a public hearing? Yes, sir. No problem. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak?
Hello, Council. My name is Tracy Scheel, and tonight I am speaking to you as the president of the Waterloo Falls HOA. Recently, apparently, some fencing got put in behind some homes that back onto the wastewater treatment plant. And as I am well aware of security and such, however, they are pretty tall and pretty unsightly in regards to razor wire behind your house. You know, when they built these houses and they had this and around the original wastewater treatment plant, they may have had a fence, but there was no razor wire. So they look like they're backing on to, you know, to be quite honest, a prison. All right, and then also some of the neighbors on the Facebook pages have also said that some of their fences have been destroyed. So I'm asking if you guys will reach out to the neighbors who are backing onto the fences to see about how their fences were done or rectified in any way, shape, or form. The other thing is some of the homeowners are saying they were not notified. The HOA was not notified either. So, and I know it's really not something that you have to do, but I think that's common courtesy that when you're going to put something up against somebody's fence, that you let them know that that's going to happen. So just kind of to let the city know that a little bit. Sorry. But yes. All right. I'm also going to ask, since I know a lot of the homeowners, if they're not here tonight, then they're going to be watching on TV, if we can also move this item to the top of the agenda for that area so that they can be able to go to sleep in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? Make sure you also fill out one of the forms and turn it in to the city secretary, please.
Hi, I'm Jose Mendez. I'm glad actually she came up here and spoke because I'm one of the homeowners that's adjacent to the barbed wire fencing. So I know this isn't a huge concern to many, only because there's only 5 houses there that it actually affects. And first and foremost, I want to thank Councilmember Zuniga, who was actually at my door the other day, kind of shedding some light on these items. So just think for a second, something I've done for the last 7 years that I've lived in this house is I grab my cup of coffee and then I look out my French doors and have a pretty good view up until the last maybe year and several months of this improvement of the wastewater treatment plant. I recently had a death in the family. I've been gone for about 3 weeks, and I come back and I do the same thing with my coffee in the morning. And I come to realize that the posts are sticking out for the barbed wire fencing. Now, from the top of the picket, where the picket stops, I mean, you're looking at another 2 to 3 feet of fencing alone, not including the barbed wire. So, per our HOA agreement in Waterloo Falls, I can't even have a basketball goal that's being seen from the roadway. However, when I turn onto my road, that's the first thing I see, is the beginning of a prison yard. And it's unsightly. It's something that's definitely gonna be an issue if I ever choose to sell my home. It's not maintaining the market value of those 5 specific homes in that area. And again, I know this isn't huge and it doesn't affect everybody, but 5 of those homes are residents that have lived here longer than I have, and I've been here for 7.5 years. I've enjoyed everything about Kyle. I love where it's going. I love the changes that are coming to Kyle, and I would hate to leave just because the moment I look in my backyard, it looks like the beginning stages of a prison yard. I mean, it's unsightly, and I want you to think about that if you were near home, how that would look. And we all have children, so not only is it an unsightly thing, but it's also a safety issue as they're beginning to climb. So I'm not asking for much. There has to be some kind of resolution to this, even if it's, coming out with, as far as, paying for the additional fencing or some higher pickets that simply cover it. I realize that there's not much we can do in terms of, the requirements that are needed for along the wastewater treatment plant. But if we could get some kind of larger fencing or something paid for, just to cover that up, I think it would go a long ways. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? Again, for those who came up, if you haven't filled out a form, make sure you do and turn it in to the city secretary. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Next, we have the agenda order. Is there anybody that would like to move any items up to the front? Yes, Councilmember Zuniga.
I'd like to bring up agenda item 37.
Okay. Councilmember Flores-Cale.
I would like to postpone agenda items 22 and 23 with regards to the Ethics Commission until we have a new council member seated.
Okay, so the motion was to go ahead and move up item number 18 and to postpone 22 and 23.
And then also, some of the residents requested that we discuss the downtown master plan. It doesn't have to be all the way at the top, but if we can just push it up, they have requested that as well.
Okay, what line item is that one? Sorry, looking.
It's item 35.
Okay, bring 35 up to the front, okay. Anybody else? When it comes to the postponement of item number 22 and 23, can I get a motion?
I would like to make a motion to postpone agenda item number 22 and 23.
Second.
Okay, it was brought forth a motion by Councilmember Flores-Cale, second by Councilmember Parsley, that we postpone these other 2 items until we get more information. Is there any discussion on the motion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I say aye as well. Good. Motion passes 5-0. Okay.
Excuse me, Councilmember.
Yes, sir.
We had also discussed moving up item number 26.
Okay.
And also staff would like to postpone item number 28.
Staff would postpone 28. Okay, so staff would postpone number 28. Okay. For those of you who don't know, obviously, Mayor Mitchell's not here, so I'm covering for him. I'm Councilmember Michael Tapia, so I appreciate your patience. Okay, so we're going to move up 37, 22, 35, and 26, correct? Any others? Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and get should we go ahead and do the presentations? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get the presentations. Item number 5, presentation of the graduates of the Kyle Citizens Police Academy, class number 14. This will be Chief Barnett.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Counsel Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. We have cause to celebrate. I'm glad you are all dressed up for it. Tonight is a cause for celebration for us at the police department. As you've heard me say many times before, one of the greatest things that we have at the police department is our wonderful relationship with members of our community. That's extremely important to us at the police department, to know our community, for them to know us, and for us to be able to share everything that we do, all aspects of our police department with our community, and give them a good understanding of what we do, what we have to offer, and to build that relationship. So it's extremely vital to us. One of the ways that we do that, probably the best, is our Citizens Police Academy. Tonight we are here. This is our 10th year, and I can't believe that already, but this is our 10th year of Citizens Police Academies. This is class number 14. I know it seems like it's going extremely fast for that, and it's amazing. So we had an amazing class. They have spent the last 12 weeks with us at the police department, getting to know all of our staff members, getting presentations and participation from all of the various divisions that we have in the department. Remember, that includes animal control, code enforcement, records, dispatch services, you name it. The gambit of everything that we offer at the PD, they have been able to hear from the experts in that field, to participate in exercises and training, and I hope they've had fun along the way. We have some very wonderful police officers and staff members that keep it lively and entertaining. We hear back from them on their feedback that they love all the camaraderie. And what we hope that we've done is we hope that we have developed lifelong friendships with the members of our academy, and we are here to recognize them as they graduate. I would like to bring attention to some of the blue and some of the white shirts that you see around the room, and then there's some that are here in their traditional clothes that are members of our Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association in the blue. The white uniform are members of your Citizens on Patrol. We all see them throughout town doing great work in the community. And then you see other members of the police department here to show support and respect for those who have given their personal time to come down and join us at the police department. I'd like to bring forward for a few brief words is our class leader who organizes the Citizens Police Academy and is our liaison with the CPA alumni, and that is Officer James Plant.
Thank you. For the record, James Plant, officer with Kyle PD. I can't really follow up with Chief because Chief always says all the right things. But again, our program started back in 2012 with just an idea, Chief Barnett's idea, like, hey, let's put one of these together. So it's been a lot of changes over the years, but it's been a great program, and we enjoy having everybody in it. Again, it's 10 years, and when we started the program, just a little fun fact, our first class was held at Public Works in the training room, and then at the city library before we had a place to host our own. But now we're going to a new PD next year, so we're looking forward to next year's class.
So one thing that we'll be asking these graduates tonight is to please consider continuing your relationship with us and joining in subsequent training. Consider joining the advanced class, consider joining the Citizens on Patrol, and most definitely join the Alumni Association, and let's continue that partnership. So without any further ado, we will call our graduates forward, and we hope at the end to get one group picture with council, if that's permissible. Okay, if I can call my command staff, Sergeant Bone and Commander Griffith, to come join me as well if they're here.
Cecilia Buckner, Galen Carson, Michelle Cohen, Steve Cook, Brian Fox, Joan Fox, Jennifer Gonzalez, Bear Heiser, Candy Lonnie, Marta Lyons, Doris Reyes, Rhonda Ramicki, Stephanie Santa Ana, last but not least, Councilmember Miguel Zuniga.
Ten for.
Sorry, Lila, we're gonna crush you.
All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
So they're going to retire to the police department where we have a small reception for them and pass on a few more words for their participation. So group, we'll see y'all back. Officer Plant will leave you out front, back to the meeting. Thank you all.
A big congratulations to all of you. Good job. Thanks for serving the community. Had to take the hat off. It's getting warm. All right, next up we have item number 6, an update on various capital improvement projects, road projects, building programs, and general operation activities. This will be Jerry Hendrix.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to invite up first Mariana Espinoza, our Parks Director.
Mayor and Council, Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director. We would like to thank everyone who came out to Santa's arrival on Thursday. It was a great night with over 15 performances from local schools. And we'll just show you the recap video. Grant?
All right, we're gonna light it up, but we need your help. We need a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Grant always is awesome with the videos. Made it magical. And then the next slide here. A reminder that next week, Santa Claus will be driving around town with the police department, parks, and possibly fire from 6 to 9, the 13th through the 15th. On the 13th, he'll be in the northeast part of Kyle. On the 14th, the southeast part of Kyle. And on the 15th, the west side of Kyle. Next slide. And then the lights will be on every single night during the month of December. You can go online to cityofkyle.com/lights 25 Days of Christmas, and get the calendar. So there are both free Santa Claus picture days and paid Santa Claus picture days. And Santa Claus will also be at the train depot for photos on December 17th as well. That's it.
Next up is Will Atkinson, our planning director, to go over comprehensive plan update.
Will Atkinson, Director of Planning for the record. Excuse me. We were at in attendance at Santa's arrival. My staff were. They passed out over 100 flyers and coordinated surveys on site for the city's comprehensive plan that's going on right now. Upcoming events that we have. This coming Saturday, we have the Cocoa and Comp Plan, which is December 10th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Public Works Training Facility, right across from Kyle Donuts there on East FM 150. We are coordinating with Hayes CISD to include info in school newsletters. They sent an email out on the evening of December the 2nd to the entire district to encourage people to apply to the survey for the comp plan. At this time, as of yesterday at noon, we've received approximately 376 survey responses to the survey and exercises that we've had already. As of Friday, we had 265. So just over the last 2 or 3 days, it's jumped over 100. So we're pretty excited about that, and we hope to keep moving that forward in that manner. So far, we've distributed approximately 750 cards promoting Kyle2030.com and the survey. This current survey will run through December 30th, and survey number 2 is expected to run through January 1st through February 28th of next year. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I briefly spoke to Rachel about the survey that we're putting out, and I don't know if she forwarded that to you yet, but we had people who have taken the survey kind of have concerns regarding the answers that they have to submit. Some are saying that, there's some things that are not relevant to them, or, if we could leave a blank so they could fill in their own responses, that would give a more true representation of the feedback from the residents. So I didn't know if that was something that we could still do.
We're certainly coordinating with them on that. I did see the email.
Okay. There's Rachel.
So Virginity responded. They're a little worried about changing up just this close to the end of the first survey round, just because it might actually skew the data. So we're talking to them right now about including it in the next one that launches on January 1st, just so we don't risk skewing any of the data that we've already collected.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Colleen Tierney, our Director of Library Services.
Good evening, City Council. Colleen Tierney, Library Director, for the record. We have some exciting events coming up at the library. On the 14th, we have story time with Santa at 10:30 in the morning. Santa will read a story, share cookies, there'll be crafts, and people can take a picture with Santa as well. On the 15th, we are having our adult book club. It's the book that was read was Where the Crawdads Sing, and they're just showing the movie. Once a year they do a book and movie partner pairing, and this is one of those. It is open to everyone, all adults. Even if you did not read the book, you are welcome to come see the movie. There'll be snacks. It's at 6 p.m. and it will probably run about 2 hours. Our adult services librarian, Michael Kaufman Lynch, will be running that. And then on the 17th, we have an event for adults and teens where they have the opportunity to make up to 3 crafts to give out, if they would like, as holiday gifts. So there's no charge, of course, and it gives people in the community an opportunity to make some nice handmade gifts to give out for the holidays. So the crafts that are going to be made are Polaroid hanging frame, a paracord bracelet, and type of mason jar bake mix. And each participant will have the opportunity to make up to 3 crafts to give to loved ones or friends for the holidays. It has been my 7th day in the library as the director, and I have to tell you, it is a pleasure working for the City of Kyle and with an amazing staff, and I am looking forward to giving you lots more wonderful reports from the library. Thanks.
Next up is me, Jerry Hendrix, Interim City Manager. We continue to grow Team Kyle, so I'd like to announce our newest hires. We have 2 meter technicians that are coming on board, David Mosqueda and Eric Reyes. We have an assistant wastewater plant operator, Devon Sizemore. Jesus Chavez is our new street construction technician, and Soraya Gashel is a new police officer for us. But not to stop there, we continue to grow internally too, with staff that's been on board for a while and working their way up the ladder. Jennifer Wood is been promoted to lead telecommunications officer, as has Bronson Armarillo. And Richard Juarez has been promoted to wastewater technician 2. Damon Martinez has been promoted to street construction tech 2. Philip Pressler has been promoted to public works inspection supervisor. Bo Grantham has been promoted to stormwater drainage foreman. Brianna Geddes has been promoted to neighborhood services division supervisor within our police department. And Joel Isla has been promoted to library circulation desk supervisor. And please join me in congratulating all of our new hires and our internal promotions. And Mayor and Council, that concludes my report.
Great. Well, welcome aboard. And let me give a real recap. Mariana, when it comes to the Santa arrival, thank you so much and your team for doing such a great job out there. Appreciate it. I was going to say thank you, but you and Amy were just running around like crazy. So just wanted to say thank you for that. You guys did a great job on that. All right, next on the agenda.
Point out, I don't know if we remember to vote to excuse Mayor Mitchell's absence.
Oh, okay. That's true. All right. As you know, I'm filling in for Mayor Mitchell today. And so I want to go ahead and make a motion to excuse Mayor Mitchell from this council meeting from December 6th.
Second.
Okay, we have a second motion from Councilmember Parsley to give Mayor Mitchell an excused absence from this meeting. All in favor say aye.
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 Do we have a reason why? I'm sorry, there was no discussion.
I believe that he was out ill.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think there's a serious ill flu going around. That's probably what he has on that end. So all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next up we have number 7, presentation of the 2002 road bond status update by the city's consultant Joe Capitino, Friese Associates.
My name is Joe Cantalupo, and I work for Friese Associates, and I'm serving as the project manager for the team that is leading the bond program for you. Next slide, please. As we put the next slide up, do I have the ability to, is it here? Sorry, got it. Thank you. I'll leave this up because it's a reminder as to what the council put forth to the voters and what the voters approved. And as you know, you're looking at this, I'll just explain that a general engineering consultant, or a GEC as we call it, we're serving as an extension of staff. The city contracted with us to help shepherd these projects through the design phases and to get them through the construction. And what I'm going to do over the next couple of slides is just talk about where we've been as a reminder and as a starting point, and then what our next steps are. I'm also going to ask for a little bit of maybe guidance from council in terms of maybe organizing a workshop where we can get into some of the details of things, some of the decisions that we need you to weigh in on early on. So back in April, and this is not necessarily work that people see, right? We did a lot to help the city get ready for the vote. And the first thing we did was we helped the city select design consultants to actually go design those projects. Remember, our charge is to oversee and to review everything that the design engineers do and to make sure that the projects, although they're all different, get done consistently and according to city's goals and objectives and all the guidelines and policies that you have. So back in April, we helped you select the design consultants. We worked with them through August to get what we call preliminary engineering reports. And as a reminder, we did preliminary engineering reports because they allow cost estimates and scopes to be developed with a little bit of detail. And some of the things we looked at, right, with city staff was the fact that council had a stated desire to try and bury all the utilities and also a roundabouts first policy. And we also recognize that some of the projects would have some interesting challenges. And so instead of doing back of the envelope cost estimates and then asking council to consider it and asking the voters to consider it, what we were asked to do was to help get these preliminary engineering reports done so we'd have a higher degree in faith in the schedules and in the cost estimates. So in August, after we got that done, the city called for the bond election. And between August and November, the city did what it does to try and explain to folks, its community, what the bond would cover and what it included. And then in November, of course, the bond program went to a vote and it was approved. And during that interim time, what we didn't do a lot. We just spent some time making sure that all your guidelines and requirements were in order and that we could get a good head start with the design engineers. We recently, last week, had an internal kickoff program meeting with city staff. And the purpose of that was, with the bond being passed, we just wanted to make sure we got it off on a good foot, we got a good start, and that we understood between our team and what the city expected of us in terms of roles and responsibilities. And so that leaves us to where we are now, and we start to look forward. So right now, we are in the process of developing a master schedule. We're doing two important things, and there's lots of things that go into that master schedule. There's working with city staff to understand how quickly and at what pace bond funds can be used. Bond funds were not available the day the vote passed. We're also looking at the demands of each project. We know that at some point, right, the council will weigh in again on priorities. It's our job, right, to help you all figure out how to match your priorities against the demands of the project. And what I mean the demands of the project is we will start, unless we're given different direction, the design of all the projects at the same time, but some are, will take less time than others. And so what we have to do is we have to marry, again, what the projects need and require with council priorities, with how quickly, right, the city can draw down the bond funds. And so when I say that we're developing a master schedule, it includes looking at 2 or 3 different things. There's a little bit of art that goes into it. The other thing that we're doing is that we're scoping the design work. And I'm going to switch slides so you can get a head start to what the next steps are. And what we're doing right now is we're meeting with all the design engineers. They did those preliminary engineering reports, and we are now in the process of scoping the next phase of design. And for most of the projects, that will involve a schematic phase, which means we take those preliminary engineering reports and we bring them to what we call in the industry a 30% plan. And that plan, that schematic plan, that 30% plan, gives us a very, very, very high degree of confidence as to the exact alignment of the road, what will have to go in to like utility relocations, and whether or not all the things we want to build into a road, for example, some of the projects have roundabouts indicated, whether or not those will continue to work. So it is, again, a schematic. Its primary purpose is to identify all those issues in greater detail and to put some precision behind the alignment, because you don't want to have that being figured out when you go into the next phase, which is PS&E, which is really plan specifications and estimates. And that's really readying the plans for bid. That multiple layers of detail and multiple layers of precision. And so there are a few projects that, because of their nature and because of the level of work that was done during that preliminary engineering report phase, that we believe can go right into that PS&E phase. So that would save a little bit of time, and that would save a little bit of money. There are one or two projects where we will probably do an abbreviated version of a schematic, because there's still a couple of things need to be figured out, but it won't need a full-blown effort, and that's what we're working on now. What we're asking is if we can go into a workshop with council sometime in January. That is our wish, our ask. It's entirely up to you. And what we'd like to do is to drill into the projects with you a little bit more. By then, we will have a draft of those scopes of work from the design engineers, and we'll verify the schedule to see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Remembering that this is sort of an iterative process, right? When we go from those PERs, those preliminary engineering reports, to like the schematic or the PS&E phase, what we do is we look at the schedule again, and as we get more details, we refine it. And sometimes we save time, and sometimes we don't. But we want to begin to scope those projects now. We're holding meetings all this week with the design engineers remotely, and we're giving them their charge to develop those scopes of work. We will have very, very good, if not close to complete scopes of work. The logic is once we see what that all looks like, then we want to sit down with council in a workshop, go through what we've learned, take you through any decisions that need to be made as to whether or not the projects need to be tweaked a little bit. There were a few projects that had options. We want to be able to talk to you about those options and have you weigh in on that. And then at that point, we'll be able to refine the master schedule and the cash flow with city staff. And then we will have again, a master schedule for the program, and then we'll know where we're going. If we can get that done in January, then what we'll do is we'll go back to the design engineers, have them make any last minute tweaks to the scope to make sure we're accurate, and then what we'd like to do is come back in February to City Council to have them consider the approval of the design contracts, the next phase of the design contracts for the projects. And so that's where we are in a nutshell. That's what we have planned over the next few months. And if you're able to, I don't know if you're able to do it this evening, but as soon as you can, let us know if a workshop in January is possible and when you might be able to schedule that for us.
Okay, may anybody have any questions? Council Member Parsley?
Thank you so much. So are we having different design engineers for each project?
Yes, ma'am. They were selected back in April, and each one of them was assigned a project.
Okay.
And we have them under contract to see everything through. We're just issuing separate work authorizations.
So who will be the one point of contact that we have to ask questions for each project? Will it be you, or are they going to each have their own project manager?
So the way we're structured is I'm the band leader.
Okay.
When we do wonderful things, you let me know. And when we're doing not so wonderful things, you'll let me know. But what we have are not a series. We have 3 corridor managers. And so we are the go-between the design engineers and staff and council if that's the way you want it. So we can, I can get it to Jerry for distribution. I can let you know who each one of our corridor managers are. And so we divide it up because it is a lot of work to manage and oversee and review the work. And so if there's something going on, for example, I don't know, pick a project, Windy Hill Road, you will call our corridor manager. And then my job is to make sure that they answer your calls and questions from staff when they're supposed to.
Okay. And then how many projects can we have at the same step at a time?
That's what we're working on. We know a few things. We know that some projects, if everything goes well, could get under construction, within a year and a half. If not, there's one or two of them that may be able to go sooner. But I'm hesitant to talk about them because we're still figuring that out. We also know that we can't put the entire city under construction at the same time. So part of the art, right, is making sure we understand the schedules as the design engineers see them and as we see them, that we understand council priorities. That's the reason, part of the reason for the workshop. And then seeing when we think the projects can let, which means that they'd be bid for construction. And then at that point, we'll have to make any adjustments depending on where they lie geographically. So two projects right next to each other might be able, or in close proximity, they may be ready to go at the same time, but we may make the decision collectively to not do them both at the same time because it would be too much for the community to bear in terms of disruption to traffic. So we should have a really good idea as to what that could look like in January, and that is when we'll have the discussion as to whether or not that makes sense or whether or not you would like us to look at something a little bit different. And it's our job to tell you whether or not we think we can do that on your behalf without putting undue stress on the community.
And my last question will be, so I don't know exactly how we as council, if we go into a workshop, right? We know that there are several roads that should have priority. And I don't want to put Leon to do that. How are we going to be deciding that as council and finding alternative ways for those residents that are going to be affected if we start working in one of those roads to go in different roads? Like, I don't know if we have the expertise, even if we go into a workshop. I feel like there's somebody that needs to know the city well enough, and I don't know if Leon is going to be that person or who's going to be guiding us on what projects should have priority, or we're going to start first.
What we will present to you, and we'll get it, and we'll get the materials to you in advance. What we'll present to council is a first cut, a first take on the letting schedule when we think things will be ready for bid. And actually, we've been toying with one, but we can't say that it's ready for review because we need to check back in with the design engineers. Remember, this is an iterative process. And so when we give that to you, we will say this is the order we suggested, and it will be based on a few things. It will be based on whether the project is how complicated it is. There's no such thing as an easy project. It will be based on whether or not the demands for money for the project match against what the finance department thinks can be available through the bond. And it'll be based on our take as to whether or not they'll interfere with each other. So you will have a recommendation from us. What we'll ask of you at that point is, does this make sense? And if you say, Joe, project A, you have it first, but we'd really like to see, because of whatever reason, to bring project C up, we'll look at it and let you know whether or not it's possible given those other three things I just described, right? So we're not going to walk into a room and look at council and say, what do you think? We're going to give you a head start, and then we would hope that staff would weigh in and sort of, double check our recommendation to you.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. So my agenda item number 25 specifically discussed this road priority and working together collectively with staff. And I was hoping that we would be able to set a date that we can meet and have this discussion. I've been told, I've been informed actually by a developer that there's a landowner who's already discussed the bridge going from Collier's to Seton. So I want to make sure that we are not currently working on any roads or any bridges until council has given their blessing, because we have promised our voters that we would work on the roads in the way that, and that's why, again, I wanted two different bonds. I wanted a new roads bond and an old roads bond to give that priority to the residents. And so collectively as a council, we have not directed staff to work on any roads, and I just want to make sure that we're currently not working on a bridge.
Well, what I can tell you, Councilmember, is that right now, none of the design engineers have a work authorization or have been given permission to go through, whether it's a schematic or PS&E. Now, what other, conversations are going on, right, I wouldn't be aware of, but none of our design engineers, or none of the city's design engineers have work authorizations that allow them to start on their next phase of design. That's what we're working on now.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. So then I do have a question regarding your PowerPoint and the next step. When it says scoping design work, that is just going to be you guys trying to like look at the details and do the easements and figure out what it is that we need? And then we'll get the schematics and the PS&E?
So scoping the design work, so the second part of the question first. The schematic design is, it's what we call a 30% plan, and that's when we, again, the biggest thing about schematic design for a roadway project is it sets the exact alignment. And once you set that alignment, you can drill into the details with regard to, like, if there are environmental considerations, you zero in on utility requirements, like relocations, what the right-of-way requirements are, and it allows you, to go out and have a more robust community outreach. The reason you do schematics is because if you jump straight to design and you don't have your right-of-way set, what winds up happening is you wind up moving around a lot and you wind up burning money. So it's not necessarily, schematic always and then PS&E, because there are a few projects where we know the issues aren't great enough where we could sort of shortcut, not in a bad way, but we could shortcut the schematic. So for example, if there's a project that has only one or two property owners, or there are no utility relocations, right, because it's a greenfield, or the right-of-way issues aren't great, we may be able to save time and money by sort of double-checking what they did with the PER or doing this much more of a schematic, and then this way we can save the city money off the program and, maybe put that time that we save back into the schedule, actually take it out of the schedule and get things done faster. So what we're doing right now is we're double checking all the projects based on the PERs and based on what we know, and talking to the design engineers and say, do you think we can go straight to PS&E? And we've already talked to staff about heading down this path. And we're launching, so once we think we can go either right to PS&E or we have to do schematics, and then what we're doing now is we're sitting down with the design engineers and we're telling them, you need to tell us what it's going to take this project to either the schematic or either right to plans, specifications, and estimates. And for a project that goes to schematic that needs that 30% plan, because remember, we're drilling into the details with every layer, we will come back at some point, a year from now or so, and say, okay, they're ready to go to PS&E, and we will ask for authorization for more funds to fund PS&E. For the projects where we can go, where we can go straight to PS&E without going to schematic, we will ask for council to authorize that money now. So it just depends on where it lays out. And so when we say we're scoping design work, we're asking them to give us an estimate to do the next level of engineering, and that next level of engineering varies a little bit project by project.
Okay, no, I appreciate that insight. To make things clear, the old streets that we're doing, even if they seemed that they're going to be a challenge, my expectation as a council member for District 2 at least is that that's not going to get any easier for the roads that are already there. So I don't really want to be like, oh, that one's going to take a little bit longer, let's go ahead and start on this one. Because at the end of the day, that one that's going to take longer is going to take longer no matter what. So my hope is that we can get these older roads fixed up and widened because the development's already here. And so I want the trip for my residents to the store to be smoother. I want to create these arteries, as Mr. Wilder has informed me is what you should call them. I want to make them a smoother ride for everybody. And so I do understand that sometimes it's going to look like this one is going to be easier to do than this one. But at the end of the day, if it's an existing road and it looks difficult, it's always going to be difficult. And so I just want to make sure that we're not turned off or we're not doing that road because it seems a little bit like it's going to take a little bit more time.
No, ma'am. We're sort of, I'm just going to try and say that we're agnostic to the difficulty because our job is to get these projects underway and completed as quickly as possible. The only thing, I mean, there are lots of things that could prevent that, right? Some things we may not even know about today, but the only thing that would prevent it is if when we laid out the schedules, right, if it looked like we were going to have the entire city under construction at once. I don't know that anybody would want that, and when we'd have to make decisions. The other thing would be is if we could go faster than the city could make the bond money available, right? We'd have to like artificially slow things down or speed them up. But our objective is to go as quickly as possible. And we're not, and I say this with a big smile on my face, complicated projects really don't make us, that nervous. We treat the simplest projects the same way we treat the most challenging projects. And that's, for us, actually, it's what makes it fun.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, I kind of agree with that, with what you're saying, Councilmember Flores-Cale, because we whether it's a road that is something that can be smaller or what, it's going to still take a long time no matter what. Whether it's like, well, this one's a shorter road, so we'll go and knock it out quicker, or versus a longer one, it's still going to be take its toll on the residents. And that's what we need to remind the residents when it starts going. We are going to have some construction, and there's going to be some barricades and detours and things like that that we need to start preparing for. I do like the idea of getting this up and running, but I also want to make sure that we still allow the public to give their comment on the areas of need. Of course, we're going to look at, okay, well, this road may be a priority. Council members may have specific roads that they feel that needs it more than ever. But we got to make sure that the residents also give their input as well as far as the roads, because again, it's their dollar. And we want to make sure that we take that in consideration with all the other avenues that are going to be affected. By speaking with Harper as well, a lot of these roads are going to be total reconstruction. I mean, we're going to have to start over from scratch. So with that, we're going to have to keep that in mind as well. So with the design work, I'm sure, like what you're saying, Councilman Parsley, making sure that we design these roads that have the most expertise, making sure that they're wide enough, making sure we have the sidewalks, the illumination, and everything else in play before we start deciding that's the road we're going to go with first, if that's where we're getting at. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to see if we can propose maybe January the 14th, which is a Saturday, so we can set a date for the workshop.
So
Can we do that yet or not?
I should tell you that I have an immovable object, which is a family vacation that goes from the 7th to the 14th. So it could be the week after. Maybe.
Okay, the 21st, maybe?
Jerry, is there something that we can look at within the next month or so? Because obviously, this is something that's very, very important for our residents, and again, for you as well, to get this up and running. The sooner the better we can get a workshop going.
This is important to me, but I like my family just
Yeah,
a little bit more.
we understand. But if
Thank you
it's
for
something
understanding
to where we can look at getting this up and running, to where we can start discussing the roads and getting feedback from the residents, and also getting feedback from the rest of the dice. We still have one more seat to fill. We're very excited to get them on board, so that way they can give some input as well.
Sure. If it's council's desire to do a workshop on the 21st, then unless there's something on schedule I'm not seeing, then we should be able to make that happen.
Okay, that sounds good. Everybody else? The reason why we're stressing this, everybody, because this is very important. This is something we've been wanting to do for a long time. Roads are a big priority in our city from our residents. So this is something that I think the dais here and the council is taking very serious. So we want to get this up and running for everybody because there's so many roads we need to get up and running.
The other thing, if I may mention, aside from going through the priorities, there are probably a few other things we'll ask you about. We want to cover at that time, and we'll present you with some ideas, but the nature of updates. We don't want to drown council, and we're going to drown staff with updates, but maybe not council.
Yes.
What, if you can think about between now and when we have the workshop, what would be important to you in terms of updates, and how often you like to get them, from us through staff, that would be a big help.
That might be something we might be able to address during the workshop,
Right.
how often do we want updates and from who do we want
Yes,
updates
ma'am.
and all of that.
I'm mentioning now, because just to give you seeds of things to think about, to ask us. Okay.
Well, I
else?
do want to say to make sure that, I know you don't want to bother us with all the details, but I will tell you, either the residents can contact us and we can tell them, or they can contact you guys and then you can tell them. So I think it's best if we're updated, because we can just put something on our Facebook, or when we're speaking to somebody, they're going to expect us to know the updates. And so sometimes when I don't know them, I feel a little silly. So and I agree that we don't need every single update, but maybe that's something we could talk about in my agenda item, which I think we may not even need now. But
And maybe it's coming to an understanding that in the beginning, there may not be a lot to update, right? Because we'll just have, while the designs are being worked on, there may not be anything to show anybody or talk to anybody, but when projects go to right-of-way acquisition or utility relocation, and then they get ready for construction, I would imagine that people not that they're not interested now, but they're really going to tune in, and the updates might change in nature or get more frequent. But these are all, things on the horizon. But it would be great if that workshop could be scheduled for the 21st, and then we'll come back in February with the design work authorization requests, and then we're off to the races after that with the design engineers.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it very
much.
much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, next agenda item number 8, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentations.
Good evening, council members. Leon Barba, city engineer. Starting off with La Verde Park, we're at 75% complete. Roofing installation is in progress. The light fixtures on the structural amphitheater have been installed. The north sidewalk has been poured and completed. They're working on the installation of the water feature, and we're seeing that the projected substantial completion date is January of 2023.
can I ask real quick, when was that original date supposed to be completed? Does anybody know?
I believe it was originally late June 2022.
Okay, so we're like 6 months off.
More than that.
Can you tell me, like, well, just briefly explain like some of the holdups, and then what are we doing to push forward? Do I need to do I need to go out and push?
AGCM is the project manager, so that information really needs to come from them. I've just kind of picked up on the tail end of the project, council member.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that there have been issues with the contractor as far as the progress. That's the only thing that I've heard about, and some change order issues. So that's a little that I know on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about La Verde Park. There was a net kind of feature at the park, and I don't see it in the picture. Or is that not the most up-to-date picture?
That was taken yesterday.
Okay.
That's the most current.
So wasn't there a structure that had like a net, a climbing net that I don't see in there?
Ryan Roseborough with AGCM for the record. The playground equipment hasn't been installed yet. So
Okay.
that's, to your question on some of the delays, that's part of the issue is we're having to have a playground installer approve everything that the contractor does before they'll install their playground equipment to ensure that the warranty is intact. So that's been kind of a back and forth. So the playground equipment has not been installed yet, but
But wasn't there something in there that looked like a net? I think at some point I went walking by and I saw a giant structure that had like a climbing net
Yeah,
close
maybe
to
thinking
the
of
Bobcat.
Heroes. We do have that at Heroes. We have that web that's over next to the.
Okay, maybe I was dreaming. Okay, thank you.
Since I have you up there.
Yes, ma'am.
What, I'm looking at this, and what are the odds it's really going to be done by January 2023? Because it looks like a pile of dirt.
Well, I'm not. Yes, I'm not out there personally building it, so I'm not going to tell you something that's a far fetch. The contractor right now is saying December. That's what their schedule says.
Wait, there's, okay, today's the 6th.
We're saying, yes, ma'am. We're saying January. Yes, ma'am.
Has this project gone over budget since it's 75% complete and gone over, obviously, 6 months?
It's not over budget. So that was part of, I guess, some negotiations that we had to have with the contractor. They were asking for a considerable amount of extended general conditions. Their charge was that there was design issues associated with the project and that there was some finger pointing, kind of back and forth.
But have we made a lot of change orders, or is this designs from the contractors?
There's been some change orders, but nothing outside of the contingency that was approved by council. So we're still within the contracted budget amount, but there's not a lot left, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that it stays, within that budget that's been established.
Right, because I'm just looking at basically landscaping to finish.
Yes.
So it's not that complicated to finish up landscaping.
Well, the pavilion is the other big, the structure is really the critical path. There's a pavilion structure that's there, and that's the critical path. So.
That's basically a shed?
It's it's restrooms and a covered pavilion area, stage and a pavilion, and it's got some nice wood accents and things like that on it.
That's where the water's going to be, too?
Yeah, we have some water features around it, yes, ma'am, that's correct. The landscaping installation, actually the landscaping showed up yesterday. So you'll see that drastically change hopefully very soon. The hang up right now is us getting the playground installer and the contractor to.
If I can intervene and have Leon just finish the presentation, then we'll get the questions going. Thank you, Leon.
Ryan.
Sorry about that.
Okay, moving on to the next slide. Public Safety Center, about 73% complete. They're working on level 2, taping and floating, working on the data communications and cable installation on level 2 also. They installed the main entrance window, and the substantial completion date on this one is early March of 2023. Wastewater treatment expansion project. The dewatering facility is almost complete. It's 97% complete. We should be wrapping up at the end of this month. We still have our supply chain delays, but we are looking for alternate suppliers to see if we can speed that up. The dewater facility has been energized, so it's ready to move forward. Bullseye plant number 1, just wanted to show that picture. That's what we're finding as we're opening up and cleaning out these systems, but that's what we're finding out there and having to replace a lot of the infrastructure there. The weather permitting, we're going to start paving later this week, and the security fencing installation continues. And Archer Western is our contractor. They have started to begin to demobilize from the project. Southside Wastewater Improvements Project, we're still at the 94% complete. We're doing some TV inspection on some of the lines there in front of the Alexander property and some work we did on the TDCJ property. Repairs to the TxDOT right-of-way and post road have been completed. And south side of the station, we're hoping to get that started up on December 13th. Took quite a bit of coordination to get everybody to come to meet on that one and get that started. And we're starting to clean up the site. Oops. Elliott Branch Interceptor, we're about 84% complete. We still have road closures, but it's drivable. Weather permitting, we're going to start paving on this one later this week. We still have citizens that are having issues, and we're still meeting with them as needed. We're also starting to clean up this particular site, too. Downtown relocation overhead lines. Spectrum apparently is waiting for PEC to give them permission so they can install the lines on their poles. Frontier is placing new fiber underground in the copper lines. All they need to do now is start splicing those lines to the new underground lines, and they should begin that this week. Old Post Road, the county's been out there. They're still starting to do the drainage work that needs to be done in front of Lauren Concrete. You can see the pipe in the background. There's quite a bit of pipe that needs to be placed there, so they're trying to wrap that project up. But the road is open. Indian Paintbrush Lift Station, we're about 34% complete. The wet well that we showed pictures of before that's pretty deep has been backfilled. They're working on the valve vault, setting the slab forms and rebar there. We did have the weather slow us down on that project, just like a lot of our other projects have been slowed down a little bit by the weather. Center Street Village wastewater line phase 1. This is the one that's served by the Sonic right there off Hill Street. We're about 48% complete. Did want to make one point to you that only engineers can appreciate this. That manhole that you see there is a very expensive manhole that we asked the contractor to provide to us. It's polymer concrete. It's almost twice the cost of a regular manhole. They don't need to be coated. They're virtually indestructible. These manholes are going to be about 15 to 20 feet deep. They're going to be between the Sonic and a new development that's going to go in there. And the last thing we want to do is to have to come in 15, 20 years later when these things have corroded and have to try to repair them and recoat them when you've got all the landscaping and it's by these businesses. So these are the first ones that we've used in Kyle. They're not unusual. Other cities use these on a routine basis. But I decided that we needed to put something there. It's very durable, very long-lasting, and it reduces maintenance. So Harper, Wilder, and Public Works should appreciate this. Consent agenda items. Consent agenda item number 9. This is a very interesting agenda item. It's approving a resolution appointing the city's Planning and Zoning Commission to act as the Impact Advisory Committee for the water and wastewater impact fee study that we're going to do. At least every 5 years, we need to update our wastewater and water impact fees. And we selected HDR to do that for us. They did it the last time for us back in 2016 and 2017. And every time somebody hooks into our water system or our wastewater system, they have to pay an impact fee. And that impact fee is based on two things. It's based on the platting date, and it's based on the size of the meter. The larger the meter, the more impact fee that you pay. We anticipate that fee is going to go up this year or this time because of the fact that we're adding in the ARWA contribution that we have to pay for. So we expect to see a pretty good increase in the water impact fee. Wastewater impact fee also, prices have gone up, construction costs have gone up, so we expect to see that price go up also. Consent agenda item number 10. This is the second reading for the reducing the speed limit on Conestoga Drive from Old Stagecoach to Jarbridge Drive. On the attachment that I sent council, you'll notice that the striping pattern changed a little bit. We did not include those delineators visiting with Public Works. They really didn't like to see those. Typically, those end up as being targets, so we're going to go ahead and just do the striping and the crosswalk striping and then see how that works out. On consent agenda item number 14, we have two facilities, one at Yarrington and one at Lehman Road. Apparently, the chlorine injection systems that we have there were not done properly. So we're having to have PAPE-DAWSON come in and redesign those locations for us to make sure that the mixing that goes on with the water that comes into our units is done properly and correctly and monitored correctly. On consent agenda item number 15, this was a typo. And that number that you see there, 6905724.30, on the agenda item we had it at 6095. So that was in error. So I missed it, our reviewers missed it. Our finance department caught it. So thank goodness they have sharp eyes and caught that. So this is just a correction to that typographical error.
Can I ask who drafted that?
Our project manager,
Our project. And their name?
Yvonne Flores-Cale.
Okay, thank you.
And I reviewed it though, and I missed it.
Fair enough, thank you.
The last consent agenda item is number 16. This is an amendment to Birch and Apple for an additional amount of $90,040 for the additional work that's required because we've extended the contract out at the treatment plant. Questions?
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Barber? Councilmember Parsley?
I do have one. So I was reviewing number 14. And the contract says it does not include any surveying. Are we going to need any of that additionally?
No, we shouldn't need any surveying.
We shouldn't,
No.
okay. And then, no, I guess that will be it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barber. Appreciate it. All right, before we hit consent agenda items, we're going to go ahead and go to the agenda order. So if you want to go in order, we can. I had We can start off with agenda item number 22, presentation regarding the Ethics Commission's recommended changes to the City Ethics Code. Ethics Commissioner Chairman Mike Robson. Oh, we postponed it? Oh, okay. Sorry. So that is postponed. All right, now we'll go to item number 26. That would be to approve an ordinance amending the city approval budget for the fiscal year of 2023 by appropriating $677,002 in addition funds from the city's general fund and increasing the amount of total expenditures to complete the public safety project. This is Mr. Mohit Pervez. This is your agenda item.
Yes, sir. Mayor, well, members of the City Council, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. This agenda item before you is the fiscal year 2023's first budget amendment. The reason for this budget amendment is to provide funding to complete the Public Safety Center project. As we come near completion, there is a list of additional items that need to be paid for outside of the construction contract. The list is attached to your agenda item. There are 9 items that need to be added to the completion list. They add up to slightly over $1 million, $1,002,002. Between city staff, city's project manager, AGCM, we were able to use $325,000 from contingency to offset the new needs. The net amount that is needed for a budget amendment to cover the estimated cost of completing these 9 items is $677,000. To be clear, none of the road bond funds are being used in this budget amendment. So let me explain to council how we are going to cover the funding for these 9 items. In the background or backup documentation to your agenda item, there are technical terms used to explain the money being transferred from and monies being transferred to in terms of the official titles or program names assigned to the various bond funds. So basically what we're trying to do is use general fund dollars. All of the $677,000 will be paid for with general fund dollars. To give you a backdrop as to where these general fund dollars are coming from, prior to the road bond election was held, City Council approved $5.3 million from the general fund to the future 2022 road bond program as seed monies to get that project off the ground. And by off the ground, I mean the initial preliminary work that needed to be done to at least provide a reasonable cost estimate as to what we would be asking the voters to vote on. The $5.3 million in seed money from the general fund was from the get-go, from the very start, was intended as a loan to the bond fund. When the bonds were issued, the city would reimburse itself, meaning the general fund would be repaid, the loan would be paid back. So that $5.3 million that we loaned to the road bond program with general fund dollars, a portion of that, or $677,000, is being used or proposed to be used to pay for these 9 items that are still needed, are additional items that are still needed to complete the Public Safety Center project. So in a nutshell, the bottom line is $0 are being transferred from the road bonds with the road bond proceeds. It is just the general fund dollars that were loaned to the bond program. Is a portion of that is being repaid to the general fund, and in this case, is being applied to the Public Safety Center project. Council, I hope I was able to explain that, the back and forth between the funds.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Councilmember Flores-Cale?
Thank you. All right, Perez. If we had not taken a vote to reimburse ourselves for the $5.3 million, where would the money have come from to cover that amount?
It would have come from general fund.
Okay, so if we don't approve this agenda item, where will that money come from?
Then we would have to, I would have to bring back a new budget amendment that would be taken from the ending fund balance of the general fund today.
Okay, and I completely understand what you just said about the road bond not covering this amount. But what I want you to try to understand is, as a resident and as people who sit as residents, the perception of taking money that we have just had our voters agree on to cover past reimbursements that we used. And the fact is, we didn't use all $5.3 million, correct? So there's still...
That's correct.
Okay. So if it wasn't for this road bond, then it would just come out of the general fund anyways. So for me, it's not just a matter of fact, it's also a matter of perception. And it makes me really uncomfortable to vote to, I guess, and I voted no for the reimbursement as well, because I feel like if we're ready to use this money, let's go ahead and call the bond. But it makes me uncomfortable to take one out and put it in the general fund and then apply it somewhere else. My hope would have been to just be able to financially rearrange things within the Public Safety Center, maybe take some stuff out, or maybe not make it as extravagant as I think it once was supposed to be, and then we could save money in that capacity. So the information that we received did not have backup material. So how do I vote $500,000 for the dispatch if we don't know that's how much it's going to be?
Perhaps Chief Barnett could come up and explain the preliminary estimate he has received from CapCog to move the 911 system to the new facility. He has more details than I do, council member.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. So I walked in here because I was summoned, but I didn't hear all of his suggested response from me.
So my question was, there was not backup submitted with the material for the 500,000, actually for any of it, really. Mm-hmm. And so I was just asking, how do we vote to approve something like this when we don't really know how much it's going to cost?
You're right. I think the consideration was that we give you what we believe to be a maximum amount, and then we come in under that. I feel like I should give a good understanding of where that number came from that might help out. So when council authorized the city staff to move forward with notification to both Hays County and the Council of Governments that we would be bringing our 911 center into the new police facility, we needed to notify CapCog so that they could make arrangements. As everybody probably remembers, CapCog is in charge of the 911 system. They're the entity that oversees our 911 in this region. So when we gave that notification, I very quickly asked the person that was assisting me from CapCog for a quick estimate. And I have to admit, I put them on the spot. They didn't have time to look at numbers. They didn't have time to do research. their first answer was quickly, I don't know. We just need to get your letter first, and then we'll start doing the work. And I said, well, if you had to give me a number now without the benefit of research and gathering the data, what could you give me as a safe number? And that individual said, while I'm not certain, I can tell you that one of our most recent projects that is very similar in nature was $500,000. Now, what that person didn't have the benefit of was to know what we were already paying for within the construction of our building. I suspect that individual was giving us an all-in price, which could mean things that we're already building as part of our infrastructure, they may have included in their $500,000 estimate. So we have relied on that number, knowing where it came from and the pressure that was placed on them to give me such a quick number. And that is what you see before you now. I think the hope was that we could give you a number that we are certainly going to come within. I do have some really good news. Just in the last few working days, CapCog has reviewed all of their contracts. They subcontract with AT&T to do a lot of their infrastructure work. They have looked those contracts over, and it looks like much of the potential cost that could be incurred will actually be covered under the existing AT&T contract. So that means we will not have to bear that expense. We don't know the final number, though. In short, I have to tell you, we just don't know. We're getting really close to getting that number. Could be days or could be a couple of weeks. But the 500, I believe, was placed as an insurance so that we know we could complete the project and come in under budget.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have a few questions for Perez. Do you have the amount paid to PGAL regarding the changes in the plans from the time that the city received the plans until right now?
We have on record, Councilmember, the original contract and all the amendments that the City Council has approved, but I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay.
I can provide that tomorrow.
ACGM, are they here? Because they oversee this as well. And I don't know if you'll be able to, this is information I'm asking off the top of your head, so okay, thank you. Can you give me the amount paid for the rooftop outdoor lounge with the wheelchair lift?
I do not know what that was all put in under design and under the original GMP.
Okay, and same with the balcony, the front balcony? Okay, thank you.
Those are all items in the original documents.
And those are all items requested by council?
And in the original construction.
Okay, I want to make sure that was council and not staff.
Okay.
Is that a confirmation?
I'm not positive on where that direction came from, to be honest.
Okay, because my concern is I never want to take away from the police department. This is their building.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand this overage does not necessarily come from the police department side.
The overage and just kind of ease of, the reason we're needing additional funds is for the final move of the dispatch center into the building. The building itself could be completed as designed under the GMP without the additional funds. We need the money to move the dispatch. We needed the money for the additional LCR A units that are being purchased that are being postponed off this agenda item. But it's those additional things to move and set up a functioning dispatch system that is causing the request for these funds.
Understood. I guess my concern is if we didn't add all these additional luxuries to that building, would we be having this discussion right now?
We are close in number, and it probably would not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you so much. So I guess this question will be for Chief. If we were to approve this item today, and turns out you get the contract from CapCog, and the price of getting the police dispatch a system, it's a lot lower than that. What I would like to make sure is that those funds will not be allocated anywhere else. That if we are setting that $500,000 amount, and it turns out that it's 100, the 400,000 are gonna go back to general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
Will that be?
I'm definitely very clear on that, and then I would lean on Paige to make sure that the motion for council's consideration is made in a way that would limit those funds. And you're exactly right; they would only be used with your motion and approval in the way that you want, which is to pay for that CapCog expense. And
Okay.
we, like you, were hoping for the best with good low numbers.
Okay, and then my next question will be for AGCM, that if this contract turns out to go beyond the set date that we have of May 31st, 2023, we're not getting additional bills. That you give me the word right now, that we're not paying you a dime more for this. Okay, that's recorded, everybody saw that. I would like to make a motion to approve item 26.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Councilmember Parsley to approve item number 26, second by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Any discussion on the motion?
Does she want to amend that so it's worded where they're going to use the money? Like if it's over five, if say to move it is only 50,000, the rest will go back into the general fund or?
All right, may I amend my motion?
Okay, amend the motion of number 26. Okay.
Okay, can I make my motion again?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve item 26, stating that if the funds, that the exact amount to contract services with CapCog is to be used and any remaining funds go back to general fund.
Second.
Okay. The amended motion to add the extra additional funds
Bless you.
go from Councilmember Flores-Cale on item number 26, second by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Any discussion on the motion?
Question for Perez, too.
Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, for Perez, so are we able to also move the contractor's contingency back if they have not spent that? Or is this an AG answer? Back into the general fund as well, since that was something they're holding in reserves? Or is that doing part of the?
That's my understanding, council member, that it would be returned to the general fund, but I'd like AGCM to confirm that for you.
Mhm. How much do you still have in contingency, Mr.
So
Mr.
there
H?
are, as you're aware, there's 3 different contingency pots. One of them is our escalation contingency. That's where we're pulling 325,000 from. That original number was around 687,000. So we're pulling about half of that out to cover some of these other moves with the dispatch center. The owner contingency is running about 80,000 right now, and the CM contingency is sitting around 250,000 right now. And so the CM contingency is Bartlett Cox contingency amount, what they're able to utilize for design things and other items that they need to pick up to cover.
But we're
So-
sort of at the end already, so there shouldn't be much more moving parts.
No, sir. We should be getting, and I've been pressing them to get all their final items, but, we're still looking at some stuff with the Vibe Trail and some different things around the building. So there are some things out there to where they're not ready to give up that money yet.
Mhm.
But at the end of the project, whatever is remaining in those contingency allowances does come back to the city.
General fund, okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Perez, since we're making this transfer from cash that we had as down payment for the bonds back to the general fund, will this, help our investors kind of not make them so shaken by maybe our credit rating? Is this something that won't affect our rating, bond ratings? Should investors be nervous on what we're doing here?
No, not at all. That is a very good question, Councilmember Zuniga. The reason I, as your finance director, is recommending that we cover the funds, the shortage on the Public Safety Center in this manner, it preserves the general fund balance when we go before the rating agency. If I was to propose that we tap the general fund ending balance straight away, it would reduce that fund balance. So when we go before the Standard & Poor's rating review board, they would be looking at what we have in reserves.
Okay.
So rather than minimizing the balance, I think it protects the city's existing credit rating for the investors.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, I just want one more thing. And, if needed, if there is some money or is there, anything needs to be funded again, I would really like to see it be pulled from what they call like the council side or the like admin side, which is what it's supposed to be. instead of keep going back and asking for some kind of increase in funding. Right now, it's just a shell, correct? So, and I know we've already approved the furniture, which I wish I would have known we were in this spot, because I would have put a stop on that, well, I would have voted no for furniture and just put cubicles in there, because if we have to cut funding, I think it should come from that kind of area and not necessarily have to put us in the bind where we have to decide if we want to, play this game of, change the money or take away from the police department, because that is, I don't think that's anybody's goal up here. So in the event that, hopefully it doesn't happen, but it does, my hope would be that you guys look to cut somewhere in the admin side and then present that to council as an option.
Yes, ma'am. And we've done a lot of reconciliation between city staff, AGC, and Bartlett Cock on where the project stands, what is still out there that may cause other changes that'll use up some of those allowances that we still have, and trying to make sure we're using the best effort and the dollars that the city's given us to build the city, or build this station for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it's just to go to say that this has been a long road for our police department, and they are so eager to get into their building. And of course, we don't want to delay it either further. But when we're having these kind of change orders or last minute funding at the very end, like most projects we have here in Kyle, we have a lot of questions. And so that's where we're at. And we're very excited about the call center coming to Kyle, to the police station. But we understand that there's going to be possibly additional costs. But it's something that, our residents, when they see an agenda item like this and they see the road bond money, it comes into question. So with that, I know we have a motion on the floor. So we'll go ahead and take the, so it's for a motion to approve on item number 26.
Do we want to wait?
We can wait. We can wait. So we can stand by.
I can ask another question.
Anybody else have any feedback?
I do. After that motion, I would like to make a motion as well on the same matter.
Okay.
Just move forward. We have enough.
Okay. All right. If I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, and go ahead and, for those in favor of item number 26, please say aye.
Aye.
Those, aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 4-1. 4-0.
Okay, I'd like to also make a motion that if any money needs to come, if there needs to be any funding adjusted, that also comes from the council side, or I don't want to say council, from the admin side of the Public Safety Center, instead of coming back to us for additional funding. So if we could cut funding anyway on that side that has, I don't know if we could just like fill in different ways. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? So if is there any way to cut money from the administrative side if we need to cut funding again? Yeah, well, I think we've already ordered the furniture, but I don't know what goes inside that building. I don't know how far along they are.
So a large majority of all the FF&E has been ordered because of lead times. And so all of that has come through, and you've already said it, you voted for the furniture, and had you known what you know at this moment, it may have changed your mind.
So there's nothing else?
The few items that are on your sheet are some furniture pieces for the Emergency Operations Center, and some different, we've got the LCRA dispatch chair systems for the dispatch and the call center. Those items are still coming up to be approved for council. So pretty much what's on that sheet is what's left.
But that would all be police department?
Those are all in that, yes ma'am. There's nothing in I know what you're saying now, in the flex space and where the city offices are, all that stuff is part of the original furniture package. But I understand what you're saying now.
So is it something that we would need to bring back as an agenda item to?
No, I mean, I could have made a motion in it, but it doesn't do any good, so I'll just retract my motion.
Good.
I just wish this would have been brought up to us, 6 weeks, 8 weeks ago.
There's, I've watched back a lot of my predecessors' meetings with y'all, and I know there's been a lot of, come forth for this and that, and a lot of things that we've done within the budget. There were some things that came up that no one was aware of with the move, with the CapCog and some of those other things that put us where we are now. So,
Can I ask you, how many change orders did you get throughout the process? I mean, from the initial?
are you talking full contract change orders or
Yeah, the ones
contingency
that
experiences?
are probably the most substantial ones are.
So for the contract, there's only been 3 contract change orders that changed the original GMP from what was approved by council. We have 41 contingency expenditures, which move money from within the contingency allowances. There have been 14 revisions issued to the plans, and there have been 13 price requests.
So,
There's been substantial directed change from the original GMP.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item we have here, item number 35. It would be consider and possible action regarding the City Council to City of Kyle's proposed downtown master plan. Will Atkinson, and it does have a public hearing. Do we open the hearing first? Okay. I'd like to go ahead and open up the public hearing for this. Anybody would like to speak? I believe we have 2 individuals here that would like to speak on this behalf. First of all, we have Ms. Lila Knight.
My name is Lila Knight. This proposed downtown master plan is, quite frankly, pie in the sky. It falls far short of your goal for a gold standard for Kyle, in more ways than I can say in 3 minutes. I do want to applaud the Planning and Zoning Commissioners for their very robust review of this document. They found serious errors that even escaped me. I hope that all of you have reviewed that meeting from November 29th. It's only 3 hours long, and that's just their discussion. The entire meeting was 4 hours. That's probably why staff did not include some serious concerns that were voiced by several of the commissioners. If approved, how will this impact the city's overall master comprehensive plan? If approved, how will this restrict Verdunity in their work to consider Kyle as a whole? This concern is magnified by the fact that the design standards component of the downtown master plan also encompasses all of I-35, the Vibe Trail, and future Kyle suburbs. In my mind, the inclusion of those areas would be outside of the scope of work for a downtown master plan. We already have design standards in written form and adopted by the council for the I-35 corridor. There is no mention of that fact in this plan. That being said, the I-35 design standards and the design standards of this downtown master plan are in violation of state law as passed by Texas House Bill 2439 in 2019. I don't have time in my limited 3 minutes to get into the details of all that, but you have professional staff to inform you. For years now, those of us who live in the original town of Kyle have questioned, what exactly are the boundaries of downtown? This master plan states, both in text and on maps, some places it's 9 blocks, other places it's 12 blocks. Which is it? Just pick one. And it would be useful to provide your constituents with a methodology on how those boundaries were selected, rather than just arbitrarily drawing lines on a map. We have literally been waiting for an answer to just that question for over 20 years. And with this downtown master plan, we're still in the dark. I urge you to take the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Do not accept this downtown master plan as written. Send it back to Planning and Zoning and see if we can get a better product. Although I seriously have my doubts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Next, we have Mr. Steve DeLore.
For the record, Steve DeLore, seat 1 on the Planning and Zoning Commission for the City of Kyle. As you heard, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed that. That is not my purpose here tonight. I come to you as a private citizen, and I'm sure the Planning and Zoning Committee and city planning staff will work with council in the future to address the problems. I had a couple of simple things that personally I would like to see in the plan. First off, I want to recognize all the hard work done by BGK Architects and all of the input that was provided by those who did provide input, including City Council. So thank you for your work on that. I think some improvements are needed in the plan. There is a design standard as part of that, and then there is the master plan the downtown plan. There's a lot of contradictory things in here. So in one example, it says that the goals of the design and standard include celebrate Kyle's history and charm. But then both the design standard and the plan goes on to cite numerous architectural and design features that aren't in keeping with that kind of plan. So there are some building examples that are sort of old Western style, and then some are ultra modern. Some illumination examples are large suspended circles in the sky, which I don't know how that fits into a historical plan. So I want council to come with one takeaway from me personally as a citizen of Kyle. I think the most successful downtown plans have a strong thematic element to them. So I'll give a few examples. One is Santa Fe. Santa Fe made a deliberate push to have an Adobe style Old Southwest front, and they were able over a period of time to make that, and now it's a global showpiece. It's really something. Another example is a community that I used to live in, which is the Woodlands, which is just north of Houston. That was all master planned using an urban planner, and it came out to be a place where people come to all over the world to see how a master planned community is built. And a third is the Riverwalk around San Antonio. So I'm sure it's something we all know. It's very cleverly done. All the waterways are consistent width, all planned out with certain sizes, and numerous bridges which are all different, which was deliberately done, no accident, to add to the charm of that walking experience. And so I don't think we can afford a Riverwalk, but we can afford to come up with a thematic plan that we all agree on that will give downtown a consistent look and feel rather than a mix of, preserving our historical buildings and going with glass and chrome. I don't know what that plan is. Maybe it is part railroad theme, maybe it is part historical theme, but we need a theme. Otherwise, it's just another jumble of buildings. Thanks very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody have any feedback? If anybody else would like to come up and speak? Ms. Chapa?
Evangelina Chapa.
Just to inform y'all that none of you were here in March
2019, and the city hired the Downtown Revitalization Committee or Association, and in the beginning, as it was reading, I've got the newspaper, they did mention, one of the leaders said, to move forward, I might have trouble with my glasses, to move forward, you need the city stakeholders, volunteers, and citizens on board with the same vision. And then she says, it's not one big project that will save downtown, but small changes over a long time. And in getting the citizens involved, this weekend we had a bazaar at our church, and I asked a lot of the people, people that I knew that lived around the area and asked them if they knew about what's going on with the downtown master plan. A lot of them said no, they don't know about it. I don't know how word can get to this. Many of them said, I don't go on Facebook, I don't get on the phone. A lot of them said, I don't even have a computer. So they have no idea as to how. We have no HOA around downtown. So how do these people, where do they get the survey information from people that does not affect them? So we need to make sure that you get the people from downtown and not people that come to the activities that they have downtown whenever they decide to have surveys. Because it's not, you don't know if those are the people that are getting affected. So I just think that we need to have more respect for the people that lived in the area. We lived here for a long time. A lot of people say they moved to a small town feeling. Well, that's what we had. But when they start designing buildings, 3-story buildings, that affects us. And people are moving in that they want to make Kyle looked like Austin. They wanted stories, buildings, high towers, you know. We liked our little town still. We live it. I know that the visions maybe of the staff, and I don't know if some of the board members, they have the vision of thinking of the developers' investments. This town was our investment. Our homes are investments. So I feel that we need to take respect for the people that have lived here and that live around the area of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else would like to come up and speak referencing this agenda item? If you do, please make sure that you do fill out one of the public comment forms. Yes.
Yes, my name is Domingo Romo Castilleja, and I was born and raised here in Kyle. So I understand the architecture was there at that time when there was only 800 people that lived here. So in your master plan, what I would recommend is you try to maintain the architecture that existed back then. And I concur with what Ms. Champa said. Don't try to make Kyle look like Austin, please. I lived in LA, I lived in Dallas. I've seen what can happen with rapid growth. I've seen what can happen with uncontrolled growth. And that's why people in Austin, South Austin are moving to Kyle, right? Because they hate what's going on over there. So in your master plan, please include the architecture we had in the past, not what Austin is going through right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comment?
Yep.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zuniga.
So I did listen to the Planning and Zoning Master Plan meeting. So I think the zoning committee did a very good job reviewing and referencing that downtown master plan. The comments were really good. And all the details they provided to us, that's very much appreciated. So just like to let P&Z know they did a good job reviewing and suggesting many things to us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Atkinson, you can go ahead and start.
Will Atkinson, Planning Director for the record. So before you, we have y'all just had the first public hearing, or the public hearing for y'all regarding our downtown master plan. It is a comprehensive plan amendment, so it does require a total of 3 public hearings, 2 at the Planning and Zoning Commission and 1 here at City Council. This is a very extensive document. It's 149 pages. BGK Architects was tasked by the City Council before the end of December of 2021 to go ahead and move forward with a design for the downtown master plan ahead of our current comprehensive plan that's currently going through the process right now. The intent was, and still is, for the downtown master plan from a coordination effort to plug into the total citywide comprehensive plan, just kind of slide in. So I do know that BGK Architects is coordinating with the Verduni group who have the rest of the city for the comprehensive plan as well. The overarching theme to this, over half the document, is centered specifically on the downtown master plan and the area that we are proposing. There's been a lot of coordination between staff, between stakeholders from the community. We had 2 public outreach opportunities, one of them at Earth Day. There was an Earth Day event at the Mary Kyle Hartson Park here in April of this year. And then there was about a month later, there was a big movie at the park deal out at Greg Clark Park. And between all that, plus all the surveys that we promoted online, there was over 1,200 respondents. It's a little over 2% of our estimated population inside the city limits, which is actually a really high number. And we were super excited about the responses that we got. The BGK group and team, they've done a fantastic job working with staff and stakeholders and administration to put together a document that we believe is very sound. They have a phasing plan for parking here, and also build out for a 12-block area centered around Mary Kyle Hartson Park. As part of the some of the key items that the Texas Downtown Group did a couple years ago, they said you need to center around your focal point first, let that fill in, and then start expanding out from there as an idea. And so that's where the 12-block area came into fruition. We wanted to make sure that we could do everything we could do within that area first, and as that builds out, or is mostly built out, then start slowly expanding out into the periphery of that. Now that will be, to some extent, as development happens, it will look piecemeal, but at least with a document as such as this, it'll be a guiding document. So as a property comes online and someone wants to buy it, we can point to a document and say, okay, you have to do A, B, and C. Here's the comprehensive plan document related to downtown. Let's work together, if you want to buy that, to make sure we can accomplish these goals. From a downtown parking perspective, the current amount of parking we have is around 376 spaces. That's a mixture of street parking, a couple of parking lots, and what have you. With the downtown master plan, there's going to be over 1,100 spaces if followed properly. It is a guiding document, and we expect it to be. But it's pretty exciting to have a unified parking plan. We all know that downtowns are a very special place, and they need to be accounted for appropriately, because we want to make sure people, if we want downtown to develop in a manner that's exciting and to have this consolidating effect and massing effect that the residents can come downtown and just enjoy the square and even live here and what have you, we have to account for that from an infrastructure perspective as well. Per BGK's contract, also they were tasked to deal with other significant areas of the city of Kyle as well. So that's also incorporated in here with a focus on the vibe and the I-35 overlay. There is a little bit of an aspect of it from a subdivision standpoint, but primarily it's the downtown master plan, the vibe nodes, and also the I-35 corridor. To account for concerns related to the House Bill 2439, again, this is a guiding document. Any follow-up code that needs to be taken into account to be able to enforce architectural standards will, without question, have to be 100% legal. And we are continuing and still working to work with our legal team to make sure that we can implement codes to account for that. Whether that's through a historic downtown, a Main Street program, or any other sort of legal documents that we can incorporate, we will do so, because the legal framework is extremely important. Relating to the meeting at the Planning and Zoning Commission, they had a lot of ideas and a lot of critiques of it, and they are all valid. As part of a document being approved, we expect there to be comments and what have you. A significant portion of them were related to just small items that can be easily tweaked and accounted for. They had concerns about, what exactly does the Texas architecture supposed to look like from a historic perspective, and that mesh between modern and historic. And we will be happy to work with BGK to account for that as well. And that's primarily what we have. Now, there are a couple of other items, if you don't mind. The Planning and Zoning Commission also had some concerns about the timing of the downtown master plan versus our comprehensive plan. We did let them know that it was directed by council to go ahead and work on the downtown master plan, so we were just following the schedule for that. And that's largely it. And I have the notes in there for what we discussed over at the Planning and Zoning Commission as well.
Okay. Thank you. I made an error. Since we had our last comment, I want to go ahead and close public hearing since we had that. So does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Will. I appreciate the residents that came to speak, and I did watch the PNC meeting. The first thing I saw was the time, the length of time it took, but I appreciate all the discussion that happened in there. So as of right now, I would definitely not go for this. We have defined 12 blocks, and none of it seems historic, and that's the one thing that we should keep downtown Kyle is the historic aspect of it. Even if we have new construction in there, it needs to look like it's old. I don't know, it needs to remain, that charm needs to stay downtown. And, you know, picture after picture, image after image, I don't see any of it on it. So I am really not for, as of right now, the document, I will definitely not go for it.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. So I have a few questions just specifically for you. What do you think the downtown theme is in this report, in this draft?
The overall theme is to develop the 12-block area. That's the center focus of it. There's 6 blocks south of West Center Street and 6 blocks north of West Center Street, within the eastern boundary being the railroad tracks, if you will, and the western boundary being Nance Street. A lot of it has to do with form and how the buildings are supposed to develop. You pull the buildings up to the right-of-way edge. You provide a lot of sidewalks, super wide sidewalks, street parking, what have you. Additionally, provide for appropriate architecture as well, as we're able to, as much as possible. The Texas vernacular idea is a theme that is spoken to several times in the document. And as we are working with BGK architects, if it's a direction by City Council, we can make sure that there's more visualization of that. If y'all are looking for a more historic feel, that's fine. That's why we're having the meeting and having this discussion right now. We can adjust for things.
Okay, yeah, so I guess what I was going for, like, my last birthday, my theme was I was 45. So everything was about being 45. And so if everything, I think we've said over and over, and that's kind of the frustration is with BGK, they know what we wanted as far as we wanted historical. Now it's their job to go out there and apply that. And I don't think that's really in here. It's kind of mixed. You see some really new modern stuff, and then you see other things. It's just a variety of stuff, and I think we want it all to be pretty universal. And so then my next question is, why do you think P&Z unanimously voted no?
There's based on their comments and their concerns, there's a lot more work to happen on this document. So they had asked that council not recommend approval of it and remit it back to them for reconsideration. And so that's primarily it.
Okay, and what do you think is the difference between the 2019 and the current downtown master plan draft?
When you say the 2019, do you mean the Texas Main Street idea or the current comprehensive plan?
There was a 2019 comprehensive downtown plan that was created, where I guess they all walked like the neighborhood. It's actually with the comprehensive plan. It's like an addendum. It's an addition to it, and it's called the 2019 Downtown Master Plan.
Okay.
And I read it in 2020, and that's where we got like the little street pop-ups that say, you know, like kids are walking that drive me nuts. I think we got that idea from Lockhart, but that's where we got those ideas from, was from that downtown. So my confusion is we never caught up to the 2019, and now we're trying to do, you know, a 2022. By the time we probably do it, it'll be 2023. So we keep spending this money, and I don't see where we're balancing things out to maybe catch up to 2019, see what they have. I mean, if the themes are all going to be historical, our history is not going to change. So do we need to keep continuing to have these master plans? Like, what I guess my question is, what are we trying to get out of it as a city?
Offhand, I do not have that 2019 document in front of me. So to compare them would not be a smart thing for me to do. What I would say is if you have some specific direction for tonight, which we already have a couple comments, which are fantastic, that we provide that, and so we can account for making revisions. And then one of them, it may be that we compare that against the 2019 document and go from there as well.
Well, my hangup is almost like I want all of the comprehensive plan to be done as one. Now that I saw this, I wasn't really interested in trying to do this over again, because ultimately that's going to cost more money. And so my thought would be to incorporate it into just the overall comprehensive plan, and that would allot for some more time for you guys, staff, and to collect more information. And I know 1,200 is a lot, because sadly, not everybody, we're not real active, but it's still, for me, it's not enough, especially if we're not reaching the people downtown. I know you said there was Earth Day, there was movie in the park, and there was online surveys, but what kind of walking around do we do? You know, the little cards, I have those cards, I always pick them up when I come and I hand them out. Maybe we put them indoors, maybe we put them in mailboxes. Mailboxes might be a good idea, just mail it on a postcard to get more responses, and then to allow for more variety of responses, because again, people were kind of complaining that, well, we didn't feel like we had a choice, we had to pick this or this, and I didn't really agree with either one. So what kind of feedback are we really getting as a city?
So from the downtown master plan perspective and other forms of communication to the citizens, if you will, as I understand the budget or the contract with the BHK architects, and as I understood the previous year's planning budget, there was very little money set aside from a budgetary standpoint for public outreach. BHK architects for their for the 2 events they did, I do believe that was not part of the contract at all, and so they were very gracious in accounting for that and helping out the city to account for that. And the surveys, that was something we were able to coordinate with just about no money. So handing out flyers, being able to walk the block, we had our staff, which is more robust now, was very limited over the last year. So we did the best we could from that perspective.
You can feel free to give those cards to me, and I will gladly walk anywhere I need to. You just tell me where I need to go, because you know it's up to us too. If we have an issue with what was proposed, it's our responsibility as council members to make sure we are finding out what it is that the residents want the downtown to look like. And also, I don't want you to think that you are in a rush to do this. I've said this more than once on the dais. We can do it right or we can do it right now, but we can't do both. So I personally, as District 2 council member, am in no rush. So, and I don't want to put that pressure on P&Z either. And I want to say, for the record, I'm super proud of them for feeling like they could speak up and to give their opinion and to go against the grain, I appreciate that, and I want to extend the same to you, to not feel like there's pressure from us to get this done yesterday or tomorrow.
Yeah, we do have a very proactive P&Z, and I'm very, very proud of their hard work. We appreciate it very much. I think a lot of this goes back to the root of our city, of the original residents that were here, and seeing, what I would consider historic versus somebody else is totally different. And so those are the key aspects of this, and that's maybe the challenge that we see, that you have a resident that's been here for over 50 years, maybe likes the charm the way it is. Maybe there does need to be improvement. Maybe looking at the aesthetics, improving the sidewalks could be a start, improving some of the lighting that's there, and incorporate that into a historic district. I know, we can go on and say, well, we can put brand new buildings up and make them look rustic, but does that really bring the true history of what our city is? Because there's history all over the place. There's history down over there off of Stagecoach. There's history that's here downtown, and also on East Kyle, and also over there in West Kyle. So I think it's identifying really what the downtown, what we want it to really look like. And I've been on a task force with former Councilmember Shield and also Councilmember Dec 6th, where we're trying to focus on what is the focal point, and we came up with different aspects and avenues. And one of the things that we came up with was the square, right? Let's start from there. Let's start from the square and build out or look out. But I think the main thing is that we just continue looking at what our residents in the area and respecting their homes, respecting their way of life as well. Especially if you have loud music that's being played till 1 o'clock in the morning, that what does the vibe that we want to bring, and adding that, like what Councilman Flores, the council member, was adding that to the comprehension plan. Maybe combining all of that together and not just make me think downtown. Because again, when you start looking at the zoning, a good point, where do the lines are drawn? Where are they at? Again, this is the same conversation I had with former Councilman Nelson. Who drew up the lines? Where were they? And also when you do that, and if you have specific zonings, like commercial zonings, that does affect people's who live in the residence, of what kind of non-conforming work you can do in your house and so forth. So those are things that I hope that we can look at as a whole and maybe go back to the drawing board on that and really see how we can go from there. So, Councilman Forrest.
Quickly, just quick. 2 questions. Is there somebody here from BGK?
Yes, we do have Todd Kaiser. He is on the line. He is waiting in the wings there. Todd, are you available?
Yeah, I'm here. Tommy's on as well.
All right. Hi. Thank you. I guess if we decide to move forward with BGK, can you tell us some ideas that you guys have in order to, now that you've heard what it is that we want, what are your plans moving forward?
Well, I think we would definitely need to visit with you guys and get some more detail. But I can say I really do appreciate hearing from the members of the public and getting that feedback, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. This going to strictly historic is totally doable. And I do want to reiterate that it was never an intention to make this like Austin. From the very, very beginning, it was always about being all about Kyle. So certainly the public comments resonate with us and our firm, and we want to make sure that that is right and correct. So we will work to make that acceptable for the group and for the residents.
Okay, thank you. And then I think Perez is off the line, but can someone give us an amount on how much we spent on this downtown plan? Jerry, do you know?
I do not know, but I'll see if I can find out.
Thank you. If you could just email us that'd be great.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else? Anybody wants to make motions?
This is just the hearing, right? This is going to come back to us, correct?
It can. There's only one public hearing with y'all, and y'all have the option of taking action on it right now. If it would be my recommendation, if you also choose to see fit, to make a motion of sorts to take into account the items that y'all have discussed tonight for a revision to be made. Whether you want it to go back to P&Z for those revisions, or if you want staff to work with BGK and what have you, that's how y'all want it to happen is up to y'all. But I think it's appropriate that we should be able to make some revisions that should fully better encompass the ideas discussed tonight.
What would that cost the city? Would that be an increase at all from BGK?
Before we engage with them on that specifically, we will have to have a discussion about that with them. Now, the motion could be, you may not have to include BGK in the motion itself, but maybe a motion to account for the items discussed at tonight's meeting. Because what I don't want to do is tie the city to BGK if it will cost more money. If we're able to account for stuff from a staff perspective, we can do that too.
So like maybe making, and I'm not making the motion yet, but a motion to have staff bring back changes with our request.
Or a revised,
And the residents' request? Is that
Yes.
something like that? Okay.
That'd be fine.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to have staff bring back some revisions with the input from the residents and council.
Okay.
And the P and Z.
And P&Z.
Because they hit on
So-
those big points.
So a motion's been made by Councilmember Flores-Cale to bring back revisions referencing the feedback from residents and P&Z. Have a second?
And council, second.
Second. Okay, it's second by Councilmember Ms. Parsley. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have agenda item number 37. That is discussion and possible action regarding a section of metal barbed wire fencing and around wastewater treatment plant perimeter adjacent to backyard property of Waterleaf neighborhood. Councilman Zuniga, this is your item.
Thank you, Tobias. This one I brought to the agenda because during the Thanksgiving break, the wastewater treatment plant, they were securing it with some barbed wire that was adjacent right behind the backyard of 5 houses, 5 residents, homes that live in Waterleaf. We understand the importance of security for homeland to try to prevent intruders from coming in. This is a $29 million treatment plant that we definitely need in this community. Everybody's benefiting from it. I think we all understand the gravity of how we must keep it protected. When I looked at the code, I asked staff, Jerry, and the project managers over there, did we really need to do the barbed wire? And the barbed wire meets criteria if it's 6 foot, 7 foot, and you have your 3 strands of barbed wire. Asked the city, well, can we just do an 8-foot metal fence, chain link, forget the barbed wire, because that's also acceptable. And really what I was asking is, can we just do it behind those 5 houses? And we can secure the entire plant with the barbed wire. The response was, we want to make it look as difficult for anybody who wants to climb over as possible. We have to do our due diligence, and we have to be proactive like that. So then we're looking at it from the perspective of the residents. It's not a beautiful scene. It's not nice to see something in your backyard like that where you can look over your 6-foot fence, your picket fence, and see a 3-stranded barbed wire that was never there before. The houses were there first. When these residents moved in, they were not told that this fence would be coming in later because there used to be no fence as far as I know. I did go and speak to some of the residents. I asked them what were their thoughts. They said, well, they used to walk their dog back there. They used to just enjoy it. They were kind of told that it was going to be this big plant area that was kind of useful for them to walk out there. Now they can't. They were also upset that the fence was put right up to the easement, so they weren't given the benefit of just putting that metal fence further back. So it just kind of came up to their easement. One of them said that it does look dangerous, and it looks like they just kind of encroached on their property. So I wanted to come up with some type of solution, because this is a unique situation, so we should find a unique solution for this. Obviously, there are areas, other public things in our community that we also have secured, but this one's a bit much more special because it's a $30 million plant. And these residents didn't have that choice. They did not see that fence there when they bought those homes. So I was seeing if, would it be possible to come up with a way to reimburse only the backside of these pickets for these residents, so that we can set a good example of being a good neighbor as a city, that we listen to the residents, we respect their properties as well, and could we come up with a solution to basically replace those pickets, maybe give them 8-foot pickets, so that they don't have to see that gated barbed wire, which does impact their quality of life, not to mention possibly their market resale value of seeing something like that in their backyard. So I'll just leave that up to council members, see if you have any thoughts on that.
Anybody have any feedback on that? Councilmember Parsley?
I have a quick question, and I guess that will be for Harper. Is this a permanent fencing, or is there a time frame that the fence will be there?
Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. Yes, this fence would stay there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there any reason it's that high? Is that a standard high for a fence like that?
So the 6-foot fence with 3 strands is the one that Councilmember Zuniga was discussing. There's an 8-foot, it used to be 8-foot with 1 strand of barbed wire. I don't know why, but at some point that was changed to you could have an 8-foot fence, and that was okay, acceptable. It doesn't mean that you can't have an 8-foot fence with barbed wire. It just means that, okay, now it's going to be acceptable that you follow TCQ guidelines. So what we asked was those 8-foot fences, which is not that tall when you're out there next to it, you can scale that very easily. Go to any one of the straight poles there, you're over that fence very quickly. As this plant continues to expand, and this is a central infrastructure site, whereas I don't know if you read in the news here the other day about the electrical substation that was taken down in one of the other states, and I don't know if it's internal terrorism or whatnot, but we often go by Homeland Security, and we try to follow their measures as well to protect us and our infrastructure. This city, the entire city, all goes to that one site. There's not all these different substations out here. Every bit of wastewater goes to that one place. So in moving forward, and especially with the plant expansion, the days of a barbed wire fence over here, that we move the cattle in from next door back and forth to let them use the area to graze, has changed. This is getting us up to speed where we should have been back here. So just to give you some background as well as what we're looking at.
Okay, and so when you say that we can scale that, can we scale it down to the point that the residents will not be able to see that through, above their fencing?
We can, the 8-foot versus the 6-foot, we're definitely going to want the 8-foot. It'd be nice to at least have some form of a deterrent on that fence, and I understand what that does for the property owner who has to look at that now out the back of their place. There was also discussions that we had, what if we raised the fence of the property owner, to match that to where you don't even see it, then maybe that's a possibility, I don't know. I, as an operator, as well as Tim, my division managers here, as operators, you always go with the caution, and you want to make your facility as secure as possible. So that's my vote. But if y'all choose to change that, or you want to just do an 8 fence, then we abide by that. We'll do whatever's asked of us. I'm just here to tell you about the security for it.
Okay, so maybe there is a chance for us to direct staff to engage, and I'm not making a motion yet, with each resident that is being affected by the side of this fencing to see if they would like to either raise their own fencing, or I don't know what the solution is to this. I don't want to put the wastewater treatment plant in any jeopardy either, so I don't know if we could engage with each resident being affected to see what the possible solution for it is.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. So the meeting that was had was between the city and Councilmember Zuniga and myself. And so we went through a plethora of ideas of what can we do to balance the safety versus the quality of life. And so for me, I don't know if anybody else up here has taken a walk through the wastewater treatment center, but they have just a big old open area where the water and it's not the clean water, just goes through, and it's disgusting. And so I see the safety side. I also see, as a homeowner, how I wouldn't want to look at my back window and see it being a prison. So, Councilmember Zuniga and Director Wilder both had the same idea of the city can fund to just do the backboards. What?
I was thinking trees.
Oh, no, I don't think they can do trees either, though. I think there was a problem with the reason why they didn't want to do trees. But the solution would have been to pay for their fence to go up, 2 more feet, and then they wouldn't have to look at it. And it stinks, literally, that they have to not be able to see that big area. But unfortunately, this wastewater treatment center has been there way before the subdivision. And so I think this is what we call a growing pain. And so we have to take into consideration the safety aspect and then our residents. And so I think that was a good medium, and so that's why it was brought to council, so council can make that decision, because we just want to make sure if they're going to pay for the pickets, that was a council decision. Did we end up getting a cost estimate?
Not that I'm aware of yet. No, ma'am.
Okay,
Not
because
yet.
this was 5 houses, and it's just the back fence.
I think we were waiting to kind of see what the thought was and which direction y'all wanted to go before we moved forward on that.
I mean, as ugly as that barbed wire is, I get the safety reason, and I hope you guys understand that. I'm not trying to make it. Okay.
Can she come up and speak, Mr. Tweed?
Yeah.
One little thing that we have to do, and that is because on our deeds and restrictions for the HOA, it only allows for a 6-foot fence. So tomorrow night, we have a board meeting. I will bring up to do variances for the 8-foot so that we can allow for the 8-foot for those 5 homes. And then that way, hopefully the city can go ahead and put in the 8-foot fences for those 5 homes on the backside. If council were to, exactly.
So I guess with that, should we wait for your meeting?
Go ahead.
It's probably going to be helpful if we make that motion that the HOA sees that we're serious and that we really want to do it.
Exactly, yes.
So I don't know if Zuniga wants to make, Councilmember Zuniga wants to make that motion to direct staff to work with them.
I can get David and William to sign off on it.
I did speak with the residents, and I think most of them were very happy that we could come up with some cooperation for them. And everybody wins in this situation.
Yep. Okay, in this situation here, if it has to do with where we're blocking something that is of a city deterrent, I guess you could also look at it as a deterrent as well. But I also want to make sure that we do this for these 5 homes.
And only these 5 homes.
These 5 homes.
And I would also like to stipulate that the fencing, actually, the pickets face the house, not the not the horizontal, because those horizontals are what the younger kids can climb. So if we just have, make sure that the pickets face the house, if that makes sense.
So we'll take this as a case-by-case scenario then. Because what might happen later on is somebody else may catch wind and say, well, I don't like the way that the water tower looks in my neighborhood. And over here on my side, I see this, or why is the city paying for,
these home-
you know,
these
it's one of
homes were
these kind of,
built-
yes.
These homes were built between the summer of 2003. So these homes have been there for
That, yes.
almost 20 years.
That I
okay?
understand.
Yeah, so-
But to
And
clarify,
this one's
it's-
unique to us because there's a stack of other layers really that they have faced with the treatment plant expansion.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah.
not just
That-
this
that-
real
that-
thing,
that-
it's just,
that's
we're
what
just pointing one thing out.
Yes, I
good
understand,
thing
and that's,
is the,
that's why I just want to make sure that we, if this goes through, Mr. Zuniga,
It's unique.
that is a very unique case because of what they have to see and maybe possibly smell, whatever the case is. You know, that we make it a directive that way. So when if it does come up again,
Right.
that it says that, well, we did in this neighborhood, why can't you do it in mine? We're very, very fair on that balance there. Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. To clarify, I saw the picture. You can lean over and touch the fence from the inside of their house. So this, for me, is a safety issue with the barbed wire as well. This is not, it's just ugly, although that is an issue. It's also a safety issue. We don't want the kids being able to touch the barbed wire or to be involved with the other side of the fence. So to your point, yes, this is not an everyday issue. This is barbed wire up against a fence where children live and people can access it.
Okay. Do we have any motions?
Motion to, how do I word this? Direct staff. Oh, I'm gonna let Yvonne make the motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to work with the residents in order to replace just the back panel of the fences that touch the city's wired fences.
Okay, a motion was made by Councilmember Flores-Cale to direct staff referencing agenda item number 37. Do you have a second? Second by Councilmember Parsley. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Jesus.
Consent agenda items are pulled up. Is there anybody that would like to pull an item? Anybody would like to make
yes.
motions?
I would like to postpone, not postpone, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, where is it?
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I'd like to pull consent agenda items 13 and 14.
Okay, 13, 14. Anybody else?
Let me find that, where is it? And 17.
And 17. Okay. Well, with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and approve agenda items 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 20.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Flores-Cale. All in favor, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion passes on those items 5-0. Okay, next up, we're going to have agenda item number 13, approve an agreement with AFFION PUBLIC, Pennsylvania Manager to search for services in the amount of $28,000 plus reimbursement for any travel expenses incurred for candidates' travel to meet with City Council. This was pulled by Councilman Flores-Cale.
Thank you. Is legal on the phone?
Yes, legal is on the phone.
Hi. Okay. So I have just 3 things that I want to touch base on in this agreement. And number 1, the last sentence states, firm must notify client in writing if it anticipates that any of the services, times, or other requirements in the proposal will not be met. So I do appreciate the notification, but for services and times, if they're not met, I would like to see some type of consequences. maybe for times we can allot a certain amount of days to fix the problem. And for services, I would like a definition of that word.
Okay.
Okay, and then do you want me to just go through all three of them and then you can address them?
Well, my suggestion would be if we, so you're talking about the contract through all three items on the contract, or all three items, three agenda items?
No, just the items in the contract, in the agreement.
Yes, please, go, if that would make sense.
Okay, so for number 2, it has a timeline and for payment. And I was wondering, there is an outline in the proposal. Can we include approximate dates in this agreement to go with each of the payments that are due? So meaning, it says a non-refundable 1/3 upon signing, and then we add a date. And then 1/3 upon acceptance of the candidate, and then we add a date, because I think there is a timeline. And then finally, the final third payment upon filling the position. So if we can put an approximate date on all of those that coincide with the proposal. And then, are you ready for the last one?
Yes.
All right, so for number 10, notices. Since this is the only employee, bless you, that the city, that the council oversees, then for notifications under client, I would like it to be the Knight Law Firm and then all of council.
Okay.
I kind of find it, I don't know if it's appropriate to include the interim manager in notifications regarding their possible boss.
I think just from a technical standpoint, if there's something some action that needs to be taken, it would.
Okay.
Like if there's a contract, it would make sense to still include the interim manager, but including the council as well is something that the council can add to this contract.
Okay, yeah, if we can include all of council to the notices, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
And that's it. So do I need to make a motion for that, or?
Just a motion to approve according to.
Okay. Did I give you, did we get enough direction, Paige?
Yes, so I have the add council to notices as well as the interim manager, add the dates for in the contract that coincide with the payments. So there's a schedule they're supposed to follow related to there's a schedule that they're supposed to follow related to
the proposal.
The proposal, and so you add that into the contract related to the payments, define services, and there was a final item related to
the time.
If you don't mind repeating that final item.
Sure. So actually, number 1, for times, I would like to add in the very last sentence where it says, firm must notify client in writing if it anticipates that any of the services, times, or other requirements in the proposal will not be met. So for times, I would like a number of days for them to fix the problem. And then for services to define that. And then I don't know if it's possible to put consequences in there if for some reason they can't provide a certain service. Or if it's if they can't timely fix any of the issues.
Typically, you would have a contract termination. You could have a contract termination for failure to fix a performance issue under the contract. So you give a notice of default and a time to cure. So that's an option.
I would like to see that in there, please.
Okay. Okay, I've got it.
One other thing.
So a motion was been made for, no?
I had one other thing.
Okay.
So, is this page? Yes. Oh, page, also on their billing and payment, they say that if the client that we choose, it does not work out during the first 2 years, that they'll provide another one for us using their reasonable method, except they won't pay back any travel expense. But could we put something in there that kind of makes it a little more urgent for them to start looking for someone if after 2 years we lose their placement? Like maybe they have to initiate something within to basically expedite that contract too? Because you could see where they could just stagnate on it if we lose a city manager and then we're waiting on them to find us another one, but we're not a priority.
And just, some of these are pretty straightforward as far as adding a definition of services, adding notices. I just want to note that if we change business terms to a material extent, we will just need to confirm with the business that they are agreeable to that. And I'm not sure if we have a representative there that could speak to this. So I think what we've spoken about is probably reasonable. If staff has had any additional conversations with the business that you think, there's something we need to speak to them a little bit about that they would not be agreeable to, that would be helpful. The reason I'm asking the question is because I know that this was a provision that staff discussed with the business.
Yeah, I think they said they've never had to use it. They've never had to use that policy, from what I remember them saying.
And this part is, and this section that you're in is in.
It's in that billing and payment section, yeah.
Okay.
So just in case they ever did have to
So
use
you
that
would-
policy, we wouldn't want to be waiting around.
Okay. To put a reasonable time that they have to start initiating those efforts.
Right.
Maybe use the same schedule that they're proposing to use for your current search, that they would start within, I don't know, X number of days of getting noticed by the city and follow the same schedule that they followed for this search. That seems like that would be reasonable.
Yes.
Maybe start within 15 days or start within 30 days if noticed by the city.
Right,
To
because
conduct the search and
you
then
could be into a new city manager and then since it'll be a new person, so you don't really know how they're gonna fit like as soon as they get here, and then maybe 3-4 months later they don't work out. So now we have to initiate this new research of another person.
Okay, I'd propose that they have to start within 30 days if noticed by the city and then follow, roughly the same schedule that they've used for searching for the current city manager.
Yeah, that'd be great because we've been waiting for a city manager for a while, so I think we've got to kind of keep some pressure on it.
Okay. I think that is reasonable.
Yeah.
Motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13, incorporating the edits that we discussed during the council meeting.
Okay, a motion's been made by Councilmember Flores-Cale according to the amendments that she is requesting. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilman Parsley. Okay, those, any discussion on it? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Councilmember, if
Yes.
I may, We might be able to get hold of Scott Riley with AFFION during the remainder of this meeting and work out those contract terms and bring back a revised contract so we can still get it approved this evening, if you're amenable to that.
Sure.
All right.
Okay, we also have next agenda item number 14. Approve a task order number 4, PAPE-DAWSON Engineering, Austin, Texas, in the amount of $65,100. Preparations for construction documents and technical specifications for proposed improvements to the chlorine injection systems at Yarrington Road. Councilman Flores-Cale?
My only question was how much do we have left in that CIP fund?
Good evening, Council. Tim Sanford for the record. So this item was approved in the fiscal year 23 current budget. We were awarded $140,000 to conduct this work at these facilities. One thing we did anticipate is some of the costs were increased because of recent events. And so we have worked with Perez and Finance, and we're going to use some of our rehabilitation budget that was awarded in the same budget year, this budget year, to cover the additional cost.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Kinda. It might be best just to have Perez write me and let me know how much is left. Is there nothing left in that fund?
So 140 was budgeted for this specific project. This is coming out of that, so whatever the difference of that is. And then we were awarded, I believe, I don't want to give you a specific number, but it was in the realm of $500,000 for tank rehabilitation. And this is a facility that we're going to use those funds, a portion of those funds to also cover. I can give you specific numbers if you would like those and get them sent to you and the rest of the council if you'd like, but hopefully that answers your question to an extent.
Yes, and go ahead.
So basically what you're saying is from the 140, we're just going to use 65 to pay for this.
We are going to use the 65, and then for the work that has to be conducted and the material that has to be purchased, we're going to use the remainder of that plus whatever's needed out of the rehabilitation funds.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, this is just to pay for the technical specifications, drawings, right? And we still have to hire someone to come back out and actually do the install?
Correct.
And pass it engineering-wise?
Yes, PAPE-DAWSON is handling the service for designing the work that needs to be done, and they're handling the construction services. So throughout the project, there'll be the liaison for the city to make sure the work's being conducted appropriately.
And because the past chlorine injectors were failing, or they were just badly installed? I mean, was there a warranty on any of that from the initial contractor?
Both of these facilities are, I would say, 10-plus years old, so any warranty period is come and gone.
Okay.
The current systems that are in place are very inadequate for the needs at both those sites. The two sites, just to give a little emphasis of why I say that is, we send probably over 3 million gallons a day through both of these facilities. It is a GBRA take point, and so it's very critical that we have chlorine feed applications at both of those sites to properly dose, monitor, and alarm if need be to essential staff to make them aware of any problems.
So it's gaseous chlorine?
Yes, sir, it is.
Into, for
Disinfection.
Yeah, disinfection.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Okay, anybody else? Motions?
Motion to approve item 14?
Okay. Councilman Parsley, make a motion to approve. Second?
Second.
Councilman Flores-Cale. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passed 5-0 aye. Okay, now we're moving on to agenda item number 17. Authorize award execution of a 3-year license agreement, ESRI, Redmond, California, in the amount not to exceed $38,500 per year for the total of $150,000, 3-year term to provide access and to support for ARC GIS enterprise software for geographic information mapping city. Councilman Parsley.
Thank you. So I went to look at the website and got lost in there for like 30 minutes. It was so exciting. My question is, are we just getting this for mapping? Is it just is geographic information we're using? I can see that you can do applications and everything else, and that you can obtain and collect data that we can use later on. So I want to know exactly what we want to do with that.
Yes. The most visible aspect of ArcGIS is the mapping software that our team currently has. We have 2 GIS analysts on staff. This agreement will expand access to the rest of the city because we met a certain population threshold. Our ESRI requires to have an enterprise license to allow multiple departments to use it. And so we'll be able to collect data on, like, for example, for the police work, for like crashes and stuff like that, and be able to map that. Public Works and Engineering for their a more robust system for keeping a database on the infrastructure that we have. So it's really exciting what they're including in this. We get 3 complimentary registrations for the annual conference that they have out in San Diego, I think. We're pretty excited about this.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I just went last night and was playing with it. It was really, really exciting. All you can do. My next question will be, will our fire department be able to have access to this?
That is a question I can't answer, but we can get you the follow-up answer on that. They are a separate entity.
Yes.
I do know the county has their own license with ESRI as well.
Okay, and will they have? It just came to my mind as I see all the benefits that doing this contract has. They just came to mind. I don't know if that's something that if they don't have, we can kind of offer an extension.
Probably not in this fiscal year.
Okay.
This is we need to have this contract wrapped up.
Okay.
Prior to January 1st, so we can get it operating for January 1st. So, but we can. I'll be happy to follow up on that specific question and whatever the answer may be.
Yes, I just saw that it's beneficial for the response time on emergencies, and they came to mind. So,
yes, ma'am.
I would like to approve item 17.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Councilmember Parsley, second by Councilmember Flores-Cale, that we approve item number 17. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Flores-Cale, I'm sorry. One more time.
I just have a question.
Yes.
Does this include any kind of training? Like I know if you go Microsoft, they'll train you on certain things. Can council get some training on this? Because I would love to learn how to use this and be knowledgeable.
It probably does not specifically account for council training. There probably is some for staff, but we can ask if y'all can sit in on training. But
well,
I don't
maybe
know.
You guys can
what
train
the
us
answer is.
on a Friday night.
Maybe so.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know that.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the consider and possible action with 21. Authorize award and execution of purchase order for SPA SKATEPARKS, Austin, Texas, in the amount not to exceed $1 million for the design and construction of a skate park at city's Craig Clark Park. Mariana Espinoza.
Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director. We are excited to bring yet another park improvement project for Craig Clark Park before you on the eve of almost the completion of our irrigation project. So with that said, we would like to recommend SPA SKATEPARKS for approval for the skate park at Craig Clark Park. As you're aware, the City of Kyle's bond in 2020 includes $1 million for park improvements at Craig Clark Park, including a skate park, improvements to Ash Pavilion. We've also identified irrigation and a splash pad. Since then, the city has entered into an interlocal agreement with Hays County, in which Hays County will match the city's bond funds for all the park improvement projects. We did complete the RFQ process. The park board has reviewed. Park board voted 5-0 to recommend SPA SKATEPARKS. We're looking at approximately a 7-month time frame for design and construction. The design process does include SPA working with community engagement, 2 community engagement meetings, and working with staff. And with that said, we have representative from SPA SKATEPARKS here, as well as our park board chair person, Amanda Stark. Do you have any questions?
Okay, does anybody have any questions referencing number 21? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
I don't have any questions, but I want to commend you guys. This was the best proposal I've seen in my 2 years on council, which is not very long. But I was so impressed with all the information that they provided and the parks that they have and the different locations that they added and they included and the fact that you got all your backup material. This is what every agenda item should look like. It made it easy for me to decide, and I think I just had one question, and I didn't even want to ask it, but I was trying to be fair. But we got the answer, and I have all the information. I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 21.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve item number 21. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Ash Bradshaw. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to have the next is going to be consideration and approval, number 24. Consideration and approval resolution approving the city's plan of finance pertaining and to the complicated issuance of obligations to be designed as City of Kyle's General Obligation Bond, Series 2023, authorizing city staff and city financial advisors and Bond Counsel to proceed with this plan of finance and authorizing other matters enforcing. This is the Miss Stephanie Leibe.
Good evening. I'm Mark McClellan with Samco Capital Markets, Stephanie Leibe with Norton Rose Fulbright, Bond Counsel. I'm financial advisor to the city. The resolution, which Stephanie will touch on in a moment, is tying to the proposed bond issue that we're getting ready to move forward with. Staff met last week to go over what we're going to issue the first set of bonds and come up with a timetable where you all would take a formal action. We wanted this to present to you now so that when we do get to formal action, you're not seeing it for the first time. So that the original bond issue from the street bonds is going to be $45 million. That's the first seed money for the major steps that are going to be going forward. And then we're going to use $2 million of the parks bonds from the 2020 issue. So the proposed first bond issue will put $47 million of construction funds or project funds into the city's coffers for these voted projects. Today we're briefing you on the plan, but really going over the calendar. What we're going to be doing with Prevez, with staff, and with Bond Counsel is preparing an offering document, getting that offering document out to the rating agencies, and then eventually to potential purchasers, and having bond sale and bond pricing on January 17th, which is a council meeting date. So we'll come in on the 17th with final interest rates subject to city council approval. 1 month after that, February 15th, funds will be in the city's accounts. We're taking into account promises that we made to the voters on tax rate. We don't see this first issue. We may have a future issue in this fiscal year, but this first issue won't push us up to the maximum that we talked about in the bond election. We will be, again, possibly having a follow-on issue depending how quickly funds are expended through this process. That's kind of the overview that we had, and just wanted you to see it, understand what's going on. Stephanie will address the actual resolution that you have in front of you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council Member Stephanie Leibe, Norton Rose, Fulbright, Bond Counsel for the city. As Mark just outlined, what you have before you this evening is just a resolution where you would direct staff, our firm as Bond Counsel and Mark's firm as financial advisor, to move forward with the plan of finance and to bring the bonds to you all for approval at your January 17th meeting. So happy to answer any questions you all have about the bonds or about the resolution that's before you tonight.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any quick questions? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. So it looks like we had two different amounts. One was 37 million in the backup and then 47 million in the handout that you guys received today. So my question is, how did you come up with $47 million?
And that's going to be, Pervez, I hope he's still on. We reviewed it with Pervez and with staff and used the drawdown schedule that the engineers provided with their timetable and came up with that dollar amount.
So the engineers provided this time, how do they know what roads we're going to work on?
This is all the seed money that's going to outline and be able to, when you give them direction, but we want to get the money in your all's coffers sooner rather than later.
Okay, so I guess my concern is I'm voting for $47 million, but I have no idea where that money's allocated to.
Well, we do know 2 million is going to be for parks and then 45, of course, but this is the money that's going to help design, and you're going to tell them in your January workshop what roads to do. So we have to have the money in a pot, so we're not taking it from the general fund to continue the expansion. And again, I don't know if Pervez is on the line, he came up with those numbers. I hear him.
So the 47 million, that's all we're gonna need in order to start the development of these roads. Does that include like easements and like what does that entail? I wanna make sure we're not gonna need more.
Let me address that. For the record, Council Member, this is Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. So we took a very conservative and a logical approach in coming up with the bond sizing or dollar amount. The 2 million of the 47 is earmarked for the parks bond under the 2020 bond authority. For the road bonds, we sat down with the engineers, Friese and Company. We asked them specifically, show us by project what your cash flow requirements are for the entire year, and the year after that, and the year after that. So the first year, as you can imagine, is probably closer to a better estimate than future years. We're only talking about engineering work or design work. All of the designs for all 9 roads will be done simultaneously. The construction will be decided by council as to which projects will go first, second, and third in that priority order. So when we received back their cash flow requirements from the engineers, they're basically estimated that they would need close to $80 million the first year over the 12-month for things like engineering, design work, for utilities, and some of the other initial work that they needed. What we don't want to do is issue all $80 million and the money sits in the bank unused. There are 4 risk factors that we're trying to mitigate while issuing the bonds. These are tax-exempt bonds, so we have to be super efficient in terms of cash flow requirements. We have to be cognizant of the fact that we have promised a certain tax rate impact. We cannot go above that. So we have to maintain that. We have to be mindful of the spend down requirements that the IRS imposes. And then lastly, we don't want to get into a position where we have arbitrage risks associated with holding unused bond proceeds for an extended period of time. So we took their $80 million estimate and we said, okay, engineers love to build and spend construction dollars or engineering dollars. We'll take 50% of their estimate. And then we added the reimbursement to the general fund. Then we added the parks bond. That's how we came up with $47 million. Let's assume, for discussion purposes, that we sell $47 million worth of bonds, of which $2 million pertains to the parks projects and $45 million pertains to the road bonds. And for some reason, the engineering draws are not fast enough to use these proceeds. We will simply delay the next bond issue until these funds are drawn down. You have $294 million in authority. So this is the first tranche of that. We don't want to issue too much, and at the same time, we don't want to issue too little, because every time Stephanie and or Mark start this process, it costs the city money. Legal fees, financial advisory fees, rating agency fees, and a whole lot of other costs that are part of the issuance. So we're being mindful of that. We don't want to do too many bond issues. We don't want to do too few issues, somewhere in the middle of the range. So that's how we came up with the $47 million estimate.
Okay,
I hope that makes sense, Councilmember.
that makes sense. Can you tell me how this $47 million is going to impact the homeowners?
I'm going to have Mark address that one, since they did the rate impact analysis for the city.
Thank you all. Mark McCliney, Samco Capital Markets. This will, and I was alluding to this earlier, we know what the promise is, that we can't go past 59 cents total, really 59.99. This will keep us below that with the facts that we know now. We don't know what next year's taxable values are. We don't know what the O&M component of the city's tax rate will be. So we're leaving plenty of room for those two factors in there. So we could borrow more, or we could make the first year's payment larger, but being conservative, we want to keep that back. There may be a follow-on issue come the summer once we know all those facts and we know what the engineers need. But right now, so the full answer, I can't give you the exact tax rate impact or the impact to the voters, because we don't have all those facts yet. All I know is the goal and what this will do will keep us less than the max we told the voters, leaving the other component, the O&M portion for the city, available also.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, if we're not sure what that rate is going to do next year, but we know what it is now, is it better to just take what we need out and know what our rate is going to be, and then not risk it going up next year, even though we're just leaving some of that money in the bank?
Well, I know we will never know until we get total taxable values next year, which will be the July-August timeframe. We're going to always have some uncertainties. So we want to make sure that we're not borrowing too much and having our first payment that's going to break our promise. That's the most important thing that you all have with your voters regarding this bond. And we're not even near that. So it will take a total tax increase, but I can't tell you what that is until, one, we know what the final interest rates are. Two, we know what the total values will be, which won't be until the summer. But without using much growth, we're well below that. We have lots of room to stay underneath 59.99, as well as allow the city, if the city so chooses, to have an increase in the O&M that's allowable under the SB2 law, which is up to 3.5%. So all of that's got to be future decisions made by this council with all the facts. It's not uncommon to be selling bonds prior to knowing all those facts, because we can lock in interest rates prior to perhaps the Fed continuing to raise interest rates into the future. So a lot of those things are going into it, but we cannot give you the exact dollar amount until all the facts are in, but I can promise you we would be below the total tax rate that we promised the voters, inclusive of all those unknowns.
Okay, can you tell me what the current tax rate is? Not for us, just like in general.
50.
So if, say it went to bond today, what does the current tax
city
rate
tax
look
rate, I
like? No,
believe,
not
is
that. I'm sorry, interest rate. I guess for the bonds, right? Because we're going to have to pay.
Last year, we're going to estimate that the interest rate, if you sold today, would be roughly 4.25% to 4.5%.
Okay.
That's the borrowing rate on the bonds. A year ago, unfortunately, or fortunately for some of our past bonds, those rates were closer to below 3%. That's what the Fed has been doing, and we're expecting another 50 basis point raise next week. That's what's happened to interest rates. That's what's happened. You've heard about mortgages and all of that. Just like mortgages, municipal bonds have been rising.
Okay, and then just one final question about the park bond. We're doing the $2 million, but are we going to get reimbursed from the county for the other one? Is that how it was? It was like, I think they were going to match us. Is that correct?
So based on the interlocal agreement between the city of Kyle and Hays County, the way it is structured, they will match dollar for dollar on the park's bonds. However, they will not advance fund their portion, meaning they won't write us a check for $1 million to match what Mariana just went over her item. We would have to draw down as we expend our monies, and then they will reimburse us. That's how the ILA is structured.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other feedback? Motions? I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to consider the approval of the resolution approving the city finance obligations on agenda item number 24.
Second.
Okay, a second by Council Member Parsley. Is there any discussion on the item? All in favor for say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Agenda item passes 5-0. Next up, we have item number 25, discussion possible action regarding the city's $294 million road bond to include but not limited to road priority based on staff information and council feedback. Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. I think we've kind of discussed this earlier, and my ultimate goal was to set up a meeting or a time, which I think we should do at the next council meeting after the new council member has been seated. And so what I'd like to do is to make a motion to postpone that until the next council meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion was to postpone item number 25 by Councilmember Flores-Cale, second by Parsley. Is there any discussion on this item? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Can we be thinking about, though, a time in January that we can do that?
Sure.
We're considering like the 21st, maybe.
The 21st as well? Okay.
I thought that was the date for the other bond that we had circled, January 21st.
Yes, the workshop.
Wasn't that the workshop?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all the same thing. It's a
okay.
road bond.
So we want to,
Should we go with direction on that, Jerry?
Well, not until we get the other council member, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're right. My apologies. Okay, agenda item number 27 is to authorize and execute the purchase order Commercial Electronics Corp. San Antonio, Texas, in the amount not to exceed $12,906 for hardware installation and data integration services to upgrade the recording system utilized by the police department. This purchase is being made under the HGABC by board contract. Chief Barnett.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. This item was one of the items included in agenda item number 26 that was discussed at length tonight. There is one good positive noted change from that discussion until now. Built into the previous $677,000 amount that we discussed was this item, but this item was priced at $19,000 when those numbers were put together. So the good news is we've got about a $7,000 savings here tonight. This item is the recording system for the 911 and the police radio system within the new police department dispatch center.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions for the chief?
I only have one concern, and that is that the city tried to move away from the buyback board. I'd like to see like backup of like different types of bids. And the buyback board is great, but I feel like we see that a lot from parks and we see it from other departments. And I know it's already been approved. I understand all that, but if we could just start getting additional bids, that would make
You
it
bet. Typically what happens is we have the item that we want to continue to use, and in this case, Higher Ground is the recording system that we're familiar with. It's what we've been using for many years. And what we do is we work with that vendor to see if it is available on any of the existing buy boards. So it kind of starts almost in reverse order in some occasions. We already have the identified item that we want that we already use. We're just asking to renew it or maybe upgrade it, and we find out that they've already done a buy board type process for one that the city has approved. But I understand your request. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 27.
Okay. A motion was made by Councilmember Flores-Cale to approve item number 27, second by Councilmember Parsley. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, I believe item number 28, Mr. Hendrix was postponed, correct? Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 29, a consideration and possible action to approve a 6-month contract extension for AGM-CM from November 28th, 2022 to May 31st, 23 in the amount of $230,591 for the total contract award in the amount not to exceed $941,015 for the project management service for the Public Safety Center project.
Mayor, Council, Interim City Manager Terry Hendrix for the record. As we discussed earlier this evening, ACGM's contract expired in November for managing our Public Safety Center building program. Under their contract, they're allowed to request an extension and additional money to continue those services. This is that request. We have representatives from ACGM here to respond to any questions that you have, and I'm available as well.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Hendrix or AGM?
I'll make the motion.
I would like to
Councilmember
make a motion
Flores-Cale.
to approve
I'll make the
item
motion.
29.
Oh, she made it. When y'all gonna let me practice?
Oh.
Let me practice, Daniela.
Okay, Councilmember Zuniga. Sorry, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, I didn't know we were waving
Yeah.
hands here.
Yeah.
Kind of just jump in all the time. So I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 28. Oh, sorry, wrong one.
29.
29.
Are we the right? Oh, agenda item 29.
Okay.
Second.
10-4. So we have a motion to approve agenda item number 21 by Councilmember Zuniga. And
Back to me?
second by
by
Councilmember
Daniel.
Flores-Cale. Okay, who's?
He made the motion, I seconded. Did
Okay.
you just say 21?
Yeah, I'm done. I said 21. Sorry.
It's
getting late.
Councilmember Parsley, second the motion. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
So what I would like to see is some kind of negotiation. It's a significant amount of money, and I understand you guys have been around since November, and the contract expired, and I appreciate that. But we have used AGCM for a lot of different projects around the city, and I feel like not all of them have necessarily gone the way, like La Verde, the way that we had kind of hoped. And so I didn't know if there was a possibility to direct staff to negotiate, not a significantly lower, but just show some good faith on both sides for, some kind of lower amount.
Can I do that right now?
Yes, of course.
What I would offer, so Ryan Roseborough with AGCM for the record. Our previous contract, our amount in our contract now is a little bit higher than what it was previously per month, just because our old rates were 2020 rates and now we're at 2023 rates. So because construction's gone crazy, everything's escalated, including our costs. But what I would be willing to do is just extend it at what our rate was then, which is about a $6,000, I think, dollar savings a month or credit a month from what we're proposing now, if that would be fair.
I would
We'll just keep
appreciate
it at the
that,
same rate.
yes. Yes, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, I'm absolutely willing to do that if it would help.
Yes, it would, thank you. And I don't know if she wants to amend the motion.
So do we want to go ahead and amend the motion, Councilman Zuniga?
Amend the motion, agenda item number 29.
Second.
Okay, the motion was amended by Councilmember Zuniga, second by Councilmember Parsley, that we approve this item. Any discussion on this motion?
Just thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Hold on. I believe we amended the motion.
Amended the motion?
Yes,
So
he
we-
amended it to
yeah.
include the discount.
To include the discount.
The same rate.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got confused.
All right, we have next agenda item number 30, to authorize and award execution of the purchase order Aaron Concrete Contractors, Austin, Texas, in the amount not to exceed $312,528, which includes 5% contingency to the Center Street and South Street Quiet Zone improvements and 10% contingency to Union Pacific Railroad direct fees to the contractor for working in their right-of-way. This item is Mr. Barber.
Leon Barba, City Council, City Engineer. This particular project is for the quiet zone improvements on Center Street and South Street. There are 5 road projects that we have tried to get included under the quiet zone process. Burleson Street, Center Street, South Street, Opal Lane, and Roland Lane. Burleson, Opal, and Roland are both done or completed. So these are the last 2 of the projects that we need to complete to actually do a quiet zone for the whole area. The only thing that I would caution council is that once we get these improvements done, we still have to go back and work with the Federal Railroad Administration, Union Pacific, and the improvements that we made, we would hope that they consider those improvements as done, because sometimes they will change their minds, and then we have to go back and make subtle changes or minor changes to what we've done before. So, but this is the last contract that we will award for the last 2 quiet zone construction projects. And I just wanted to point out, you'll notice that typically we ask for 5% contingency, and on occasion we'll ask for 10% contingency. This one's unusual because we don't know what the railroad company's going to charge the contractor for traffic control or for flagging. So that's why we added a 10% contingency to make sure we can cover the charges they're going to put on the contractor, and we end up having to pay for those particular charges.
Okay. Anybody have any questions referencing this item? Councilmember Parsley?
I would like to make a motion to approve item 30.
Okay. We have a motion on the table to approve item number 30 by Councilmember Parsley and second by Councilmember Yvonne Flores-Cale. Do we have any discussion on this item?
I just want to make sure when we fill out that paperwork that we're adding the general partner, because I know it's all in the limited partner, so if we can make sure that we add that, I'd appreciate it.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Next up, we have agenda item number 31, consider possible action approving street and traffic infrastructure improvements at Button Creek Road in Lehman Road intersection and Bunting Creek Road and Daisy Lane intersection. Mr. Barba?
Council, this item was originally approved back on September 20th of 22. We authorized Cobb Finley to move forward and determine whether those two particular intersections met the warrants for installation of a traffic signal. I've read the report. They're attached in your backup. They're pretty lengthy reports. And there's three things I wanted to point out about the report that I kind of picked up on. The first thing, of course, is they do meet warrants, so we can install traffic signals, temporary, permanent, or whatever. Second thing is that if you do some work at one of the intersections, you really need to do work at both intersections. So that's our plan, is to make sure that we do work at both intersections as quickly as we can. The third was that we need more lanes there, but you don't need to be a traffic engineer to figure that one out. We do need more lanes there. So anyway, wanted to make that point. But they also provided some cost estimates for construction of either wooden poles and wires and cables, or permanent installations like steel metal posts with mast arms and that kind of thing. That can be done, but the costs that you gave you, if you look at the reports, are around $200,000 for the wooden poles and about $300,000 or $400,000 for the metal poles. The thing is that that doesn't include design, so you could probably add another $100,000 to design, so that's really another $100,000 added onto those numbers. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that that was not the only cost involved with installing either temporary wooden poles or the metal poles. But the fact that we have the new temporary traffic signals coming in, last email I saw, it looks like we may get one set after Christmas. Hopefully we can get that up and working before school starts, at least maybe at Lehman. And then when the second set comes in, I understand it's going to be end of January, sometime in February. And then we can install the second set at Daisy Lane. So these two, I asked the question of the vendor. I said, do these things talk to each other? And they do not. So we'll have to play around with the controls and make sure that whatever we set up there functions properly. And so Public Works will have they'll have their hands busy trying to figure out to make sure that those are coordinated as they set up those traffic signals for both intersections. So that's my recommendation. I don't think we need to, I put this on the considering possible action, but at this point, I don't think council wants to move forward with installation of any wooden poles or any permanent metal poles at this time.
Quick question.
Okay, anyway, Councilmember Zuniga?
So we're doing the road bond, Leon. Is this going to overlap or gonna, I mean, this is already a road on the new road bonds, right?
That's correct.
But we're doing traffic signals at intersections here right now. So are we doing improvements on it, sort of initiating some improvements that the road bond was intended to cover anyways? I know like the widening of the street is probably what we needed there, and some striping, sidewalks. So is this just a component that if we start doing these improvements, it's sort of already starting or getting the ball rolling on this Bunting Creek Road, because it was already on the road bond?
It is, Bunting Creek Road
So
is
wouldn't
on
we save some money then on the road bond, because we're doing, or we just don't have the money first of all, so that's why
we
have
haven't
to-
designed the road yet. That's the problem. The road has not been designed. We haven't started construction. So the temporary traffic signals that we recently purchased will be placed. They're good for temporary measures. They will, I asked specifically the question,
right?
How long will these things stay up there working? How long do they work? And said, they may be up there 2-3 years. How long will they be there? And I was told that they would be functioning for as long as we need them, as long as we maintain them properly. That's
Right.
the key. You have to maintain them properly. So if they're there for a year, 2 years, 3 years, they're temporary, they can be moved and eventually possibly used at other locations as we need them. But we didn't want to put temporary wooden poles because they may have to come out. We would spend $300,000, $400,000 to put those in about 3 or 4 years they'd be coming out. So that'd be a major expense of money we don't need to do if we have the temporary traffic signals. So that's our plan, is to do temporary now. And as the design comes in, we start putting in the roundabout or the traffic signals, whatever we do.
Mhm.
That'll be later, 3 to 4 years from now.
Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that. Don't put in something permanent yet, because it was on the road bond.
It's
to
in the road
improve on.
bond. The only one that's not in the road bond is Daisy Lane at Bunting Creek. That's not in the road bond.
Okay.
So council may want to consider a roundabout there. Council may want to consider the metal poles there in the future. That's something we can put in our regular budget next year if that's what council wants to do.
Okay, that was my only question.
Anybody else have anything before? Okay, very excited for this. As you know, we had some residents that were very advocating for these lights, especially in our district. It leads also to District 2. So it's exciting news that we're finally going to be able to get those street lights eventually. Now, going back to what Councilman Zuniga was saying about, yes, this is on the road bond, but are we going to be looking at the construction of these same light poles that are going to be used during the construction? Because I think you just said that they would be up, permanent poles would be up in 2 to 3 years? Or because my idea was hopefully that if they were approved because of the dire need that it needs for those two intersections, that we would be able to get the lights like we have on Philonema, and also over there close to right up on the top by Seton or by Parkway. Those were kind of the design concepts I was looking for on the lights for those two areas. So are we saying that, yes, we'll get our permanent or temporary traffic signals installed so we can start directing traffic, getting that in, but what would be the timeline now going forward where we would be able to get permanent fixtures in there? And I think metal would be a lot better, aesthetic-wise as well. That would also include crosswalks because, again, yes, we're now talking about these bonds and the money and so forth, but that, again, we're talking 3 years from now versus that these people need this relief in a couple of hours when traffic starts building up.
Let me see if I can help with your question. Let's start with Daisy Lane at Bunton Creek Road. We could look at putting a roundabout there. As you know, that would take right-of-way, would take a pretty good while to build that, and the design would be very expensive for that. Or if council decided today to say, Leon, we need to go ahead and get metal poles installed in there now, today, and start the design process for that. According to the estimate that I got from Cobb Finley, it would take about 18 months for that to be completed, the process, to install metal poles there, for them to design it and get them built. We could do that. The funding, that would be another question. I'd have to talk to Pervez about the funding for that, because we're looking at about $400,000, $500,000 probably for that. So that could be done at Daisy Lane. At Lehman, I would hesitate to put anything there because it's going to either get a roundabout or just a regular intersection, and whatever we put there today would get taken out with that new construction because we're going to widen the road. It's going to be some improvements there. You need radiuses, proper radiuses. So those would be coming out. So we would spend $300,000 to $400,000, and then they would be taken out in 3 to 4 years when the new construction came through. So that's why I wouldn't recommend any metal poles or not even wooden poles. If we have the temporaries, let's take advantage of those at Lehman.
Okay.
But if the council directs today to move forward with the Daisy Lane, first we've got to find the funding for it, but then that could be started today if council chose to do so.
Okay. All right. If anybody has anything else, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to approve agenda item number 31.
Second.
Okay. The motion was made by a Councilmember Tobias to approve this, second by a Councilmember Zuniga. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those say nay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Councilman Parsley and Yvonne Flores-Cale for that.
Councilmember, just to clarify, you don't want me to start right now on the design for the metal poles, right?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
We'll
bring some items back to you.
Bring some items back to where we can get a budget so that way we could see also, so we could see where we're at financially when it does come time when we really need them there.
I will do that.
Thank you. Okay, next item is going to be item number 32, to consider approval of the local pool agreement between City of San Marcos and City of Kyle for a water sharing agreement, and authorize the city manager to execute said agreement. Okay, this is a direction from Harper White.
Mayor, Council, Harper Wilder, Public Works. I want to give credit. Tim Sanford, my division manager, treatment operations at Public Works, is the one who's established everything with San Marcos and went through the motions with this agreement. He did a great job. If you have any details that we haven't discussed already, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer. It's the same thing that we discussed in the exec.
I have several questions.
Okay.
Several.
Anybody have questions?
Like 100.
Councilman Flores-Cale.
No, I want to start by thanking you guys. I do appreciate this. On the backside and the inside of the city stuff, people don't really understand what it is that Public Works does. And I can remember during Snowvid and all the major, this year when we thought, water was going to be not that it isn't a major issue, but I remember that. You guys were up, you guys sleep over there, you guys busting your butts. So I do appreciate that. So I have just two questions. My first one is how much water is in usage for the city is in our GBRA agreement? So how much can we use every year?
Tim Severn, for the record, to answer your question specifically, we have approximately 5,446,000 acre feet of water with GBRA. That's raw water prior to treatment. Treatment takes a water loss aspect in with it, so the water that comes available to us is variable. It's approximately 4.5 million gallons per day.
4.5 per day. Okay, and then what is our current usage? Where are we at?
So I will answer that, but I want to add that GBRA is not our only water source.
Okay.
We also have EAA, which is a permit that we're asking you to agree. This amendment, our agreement with San Marcos to allocate some of their permitted amounts to the city of Kyle. And then we also have permanent capacity with the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District. And then we also have emergency source of water through the city of San Marcos. I believe that's an interlocal agreement that we have with them.
Okay, and the other two, so the city of San Marcos and Barton Springs, they were not available to let us borrow water?
So the way the permit is structured with Barton Springs, there is no means to have additional capacity. It's all based on the drought conditions and the stage of drought that they are announcing. The city of Kyle has listed quantities that we could take from that permit depending on what stage of drought they're currently in. And that's on a per month basis, depending on the drought stage.
Do we have that kind of clause with Buda? Because I know we sell some water to Buda. Do we have that kind of clause with Buda?
So we currently have an agreement with Buda, and it recently did change. Previously, it was a million gallons per day we would provide to them through the Alliance water metering station, and that agreement was going to be in place until Alliance can supply that line, which is currently anticipated 2024 timeframe. Recently that changed. Buda has retracted their needs for the 500,000 that the city of Kyle was to provide with that, and currently they still have an agreement in place through the city of San Marcos, but it's transferred through the city of Kyle's system through that metering station. So if Buda were to call for that water, we can receive that additional quantity through our take points that we receive water from the San Marcos water treatment plant, and then we just convey it through our system and provide it to that take point.
So you're telling me the allotted amount that was for Buda that we have an agreement with, Buda did not use, the city of Kyle used?
It's a difficult question for me to answer. I don't know that I could really answer that because we push water into the system. Where it goes, it's always dependent on demand. I can't say that we didn't use that capacity. We didn't use that capacity, or they didn't use that capacity. That capacity was, when that agreement was put in place, my understanding that capacity was available. But as we've seen this year, that capacity is necessary for our system versus making it available to them. Is the best way I could answer that.
Okay, and my last question is, when did the city of Kyle reach their approved usage?
With EAA?
With GBRA.
With GBRA? So we are not currently taking.
Oh, EAA, sorry, yes.
Okay, I thought that's what you're reading.
Sorry.
So somewhere in the beginnings of October of this year, we reached our capacity with EAA due to the restrictions that EAA put into our permit for this year. So the way that their permitting structure works with EAA is every day in which they're in a certain stage of drought, our permit is, we're taking away a certain amount off of our permit. So we're issued 432 acre feet every year with the EAA. For every day they're in stage 3 drought, I believe it's approximately 25 to 30% off of that each day. It's just, there's a calculation and formulas and everything goes into it. But in a sense, we could have used all the water and it get taken from out from underneath us with the EAA. So luckily they do give us the ability to lease water from other permit holders that do have the capacity, which is what we've exercised with the city of St. Marcos.
Okay, thank you.
You
Oh,
got-
I guess I would like to make a motion, but go ahead.
I had a quick question.
Councilman
So,
Mazuka,
like,
Zanika.
Memorial Park, the water that's being used there, is it recycled water, or is that part of the water that's being used every day, volume? Do you know about that?
I'll let Mr. Wallet answer that.
Because is it a running water faucet, or is it being reused, reclaimed water in there?
So yes, it has pumps that recycle, so it pulls in rainwater. And if that falls below a certain measure level that it has, then it will take our domestic water if it falls below that. So it recycles, it pumps and just continues to recycle and all that. But through, if it dries up and goes down, the levels start going down, or we don't receive rain or something of that nature, it can pull from our domestic water.
From our drinking water?
Yes, sir.
And I guess, would it refill and stop, like, I guess, does it have to go dry to start getting
it's-
our drinking water there, or?
It's kind of like a lift station. You know, the water fills and recedes. It fills and recedes, as the flow goes. So as that tank starts to go down, and triggers a certain level, it tells, our line, okay, kick on, start feeding. So it fills back up until it fills to a certain level.
Yeah.
And then once it triggers that level, we stop feeding.
It's a shut-off.
Right,
okay.
and it'll sit there and pump internally. It's doing the sprinkler and the whole 9 yards. It's coming off the bridge and all that until it goes below a certain level and loses that water. I don't know what that time frame is with with those people that are over there that design that. I don't know.
Okay, just good to know that it can become some of our drinking water if the level goes low.
Yes, and we've actually, Leon's been a part of this, instrumental in getting those reclaim lines run over there to that site.
Right.
It's going past the site as well. When further infrastructure is built, first located first and then built, and we're able to put some pump system as well as have a storage that we can send that then to that place. There's potential there that we'll be able to feed from that reuse at some point, maybe.
Like the Plum Creek Golf Course. Right?
Yeah, the only
reclaim.
downfall of that, or only stipulation to that is I think that pond goes to the drainage, storm sewer drainage, and if it's public drainage, I'm not sure if they can actually do that. So that may be something we have to look at.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. How, does it automatically refill, or does the city see that it's low and then we have to fill it up ourselves? How does that work?
No, it refills on its own. It'll
What is it
refill.
connected to that it does that?
I don't know the inner workings of it. I apologize. I know the basics of what the gentleman told me and how it works over there. But there's some kind of auto feed to where when it goes below a certain level, it triggers it for the valve to open up. That valve opens up, fills the line, starts filling the pond up. Now that pond may only be X number of inches down to where it can't get to that level that it needs to stay at to be self-sustained. So you're not necessarily maybe putting a whole bunch of water in there, so to speak.
I mean, if you think about 2 inches.
That's a lot
and
for a large,
huge pond.
but when people think about it, they think, when you tell them a number on that, and they think, oh my gosh, that's a lot, but really it's not. That wide pond is not. You look at the amount of water that we take in, the demand on this city, what we go through on a daily basis. For us, it's minimal in the big scale.
Okay. No, I was just curious how that worked, because I know to fill it up, they had to put a water hose in it initially, so I don't know what they set up after that. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 32, please.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Flores-Cale to approve agenda item number 32, second by Councilmember Zuniga. Do we have any other further discussion on this? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Next, we have a second reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle for the purpose of rezoning approximately 4.01 acres of land from agricultural A to retail service districts RS, property located at 23451 IH35 in Hayes County. Planning and zoning approved 7-0, council 5-0. This is Mr. Atkins' agenda item. Okay. For the record, Council Member Flores-Cale recuses.
I'll wait just a moment.
Thank you.
Will Atkinson, Planning Director for the record. As stated, this is the second read for the ordinance being proposed before you to rezone approximately 4.01 acres from agriculture to retail services. In a nutshell, what will be proposed here will have to meet the I-35 overlay. Whatever is built here from the retail services standpoint, it'll have to be point of sale service. And by default, with both the I-35 overlay and the retail services zoning standards, it will be a cut above what's existing around it. So there's an opportunity here to make a better project out of this portion of the city. Do you all have any questions for me?
Okay, anybody have any questions for Mr. Atkins? Councilmember Parsley?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve item 33.
Okay, motion was made by Councilmember Parsley to approve agenda item number 33, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, go ahead and make a motion. Those approved, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
It's pretty good design. I like it.
Yeah, I had asked you about this one at the last meeting, Will, the rezoning there. So I was satisfied with, like you said, it's not going to be commercial, heavy commercial, just in terms of the zoning retail, what they could do,
sir.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Like tire shops that I didn't.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to go on to agenda item number 34, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of amending the Plum Creek Planned Unit Development Employee District 53. And this goes to the Plum Creek Planned Development Article 2, Employment PUD District of Hayes County. This does have a public hearing. So at this time, I will open up the public hearing. If there's anybody that would like to speak on this agenda item, please feel free to come up. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public hearing. This item was approved by Planning and Zoning 6-0. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Will Atkinson, Planning Director for the record. This is a code amendment to the Plum Creek Employment Zoning District, a bulk of which, as it currently stands, is located in the Area 10 of Plum Creek. It's east of 1626 and north of Kohlers, between that and the railroad tracks. So over the last several months, Momark Group, who develops the rest of Plum Creek on behalf of the landowners, and the City of Kyle have been a little bit at odds in terms of how we're interpreting subsection 9 of this code, as you see on the screen right there. The area in red is what's existing and crossed out. The goal is to prevent large-scale logistics centers like a FedEx facility or an Amazon facility where they have a massive amount of semi-trucks going in and out of it. And to have more of an employment feel for the site. There still may be a few trucks here or there, but the scale will be completely different. And so this code amendment changes that, and it makes it more of a clarification. So this is a combined effort between both the private sector and the City of Kyle to find a middle ground to where we're both satisfied with clarifying that result. And additionally, further on in the code, we decided to add some screening and landscape code to the Plum Creek Employment District specifically to provide a more code compliant, robust code to review against. Right now, this zoning district does not have any landscape code requirements, and we have to rely on the Architectural Review Committee on the private sector side. They do a pretty good job, but we wanted to make sure we had some control of that as well. So that's the code in front of you. We are very happy with as the code is drafted and the collaboration that we've had together. And if y'all have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay,
Yes.
does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, this one I was.
Councilmember Zuniga?
I was trying to kind of understand, so where is the boundary, like 15,000 square feet, if it's logistics is big Amazon, but a 5,000 square foot building, that's not considered, I guess, because what if you just have inventory and you're just like a seller of merchandise, and you have a 4,000 square foot building because that's all you can lease. Is this going to be is this going to be a restriction on your permitting to have that type of business?
So the goal here is to still allow employers, so people that have, they manufacture goods there within the bounds of the zoning district that's already allowed from the use chart, but also to have warehousing that's not limited with their primary use of manufacturing to 15,000 square feet. But we also, which is the city's current interpretation, for example, and I can say this name because they've already submitted permits for review.
Mm-hmm.
Their phase one project, Sovereign Flavors, they limited their phase one portion of the project from a site development permit to just the 15,000 square feet of warehousing, even though they are a manufacturer of food additives, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their primary use is manufacturing, but they have to have that warehouse space.
Right.
But they were trying to fit within the code so they can start getting the permitting. We are refining the code to where those similar types of manufacturers aren't limited in their warehousing space that they need before they end up shipping it out to the rest of the U.S. So their primary use is a manufacturer, but they still need the warehouse space.
Yes.
And if they want to have future expansions, they can still have that, or increase their production facility, all that kind of stuff. What we don't want to see there is specifically logistics centers, like I mentioned, like a FedEx facility or Amazon, which they are good. We like having them as employers, but they're a little bit, they're much more of a larger scale.
Mm-hmm.
They fit very well to the east of the railroad tracks where they currently are. You know where the Amazon facility is,
Yeah,
the FedEx
right.
and everything, closer to I-35. The areas where you're going to see more of the employment district in Plum Creek are adjacent to 1626, so they need to have a scaled down effect. And so that's what this code applies to.
So let's the little guy who wants to formulate a coconut drink, he needs containers, he needs boxes. He can have the warehouse and still sell and ship out.
Yes,
right?
he can have a
So-
retail component to that. He can manufacture there and then still have a sufficient amount of warehouse that's not limited by what the code currently reads.
Okay, good.
So,
Because to add, I guess we're looking at logistics center, correct? A logistics center means a building used and intended to be used for freight forwarding companies or logistic companies to store and distribute third-party products to retail outlets. Warehouse here means to an established storage for the merchandise and commodities, correct? Is that what we're saying here in the zoning? Or the difference between the two?
so you can have the warehousing as a component of your development, but the primary use is either you're going to have some retail there or you're going to have a manufacturing for there. So you got to have, any business, commercial business has to have some storage component. We felt that there needed to be a very clear distinction between logistics, which are massively scaled projects, versus employers and manufacturers.
Yes.
So.
Anybody else? Any motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 34.
Okay, there is a motion on the table by Councilmember Zuniga to approve agenda item number 34. Is there a second? second by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Is there any other further discussion on this item? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we have item number 36. Consider a request to reconsider a rezoning request, 1500 East Ranch Road 150, Woodmere Pier Park. If the petition for the rezoning is denied by the City Council, another petition will be reclassified of the same property of any portion thereof shall not be filed within a period of 12 months from the date of final denial except the permission of the City Council. This item was originally voted 3-3, and this is brought up by Councilmember Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. I guess I want to make sure I know what I'm allowed to do, and my whole point is to bring this back because there's been some changes that the developer has agreed to make, but I know we have to, we're not taking action today, is that correct? We're just seeing if we can bring it back for reconsideration?
So the section, let me pull it up real quick.
53-1205, I do.
Yes, so Will Atkinson for the record, Planning Director. Section 53-1205 I2 has a time limitation. So if the zoning request fails, then unless council takes action before the 12-month mark, that site cannot be rezoned until 12 months later. So as I understand it, from a state perspective, a member of council who voted against it, if they want to bring it back, they have to put it on the agenda and then ask for reconsideration. And then after that, if the vote passes, then the applicant will come through and they'll go through the rezoning process like they did before. And in this case, we have most of the documents ready to go. There's some minor changes to the documents, so it won't be difficult on our side, but it's for y'all to decide if you want to reconsider it.
Okay, so I worked with the developer, and I don't know if you guys want to get them to talk. I don't know if they're allowed to talk, but they were amazing to work with. And originally what they wanted us to do was to rezone 20 acres of retail into, how was it? I think it was apartments or homes. I can't remember the exact. And I was very hesitant because 150 has hardly any retail on it. And so after working with them and talking to them, getting some feedback, a few of the things that they updated were they want to incorporate retail off of 150 East and 158 County Road. They're going to include a mix of front and rear loaded residences. They're going to include a covered playground area with nice shaded play structure. And this is additional playground area in addition to the amenity center. The open space pond, and the vibe trail that is connecting all four sides of the property to the surrounding community. I know this is not a big deal for everybody, but they've agreed to put in a drinking water fountain, which I think is kind of nice for the kids. And then most importantly to me, they've agreed to include the history of the property into the project. And so I do want to say it's developers like this that can help us move forward with maintaining our history just by doing something small and little, incorporating that into their development, what I really appreciate. And so with those amendments or those changes, I was hoping that we could bring this back to discuss. I know there was some hesitation from a council member, but I think overall the changes that were made more than exceeded my expectations, and I appreciated their willingness to kind of go above and beyond.
Okay, anybody have any questions?
So also wanted to add, I got onto the council late, but the developer did reach out to me too and asked for what were kind of things I would like to see in the development. And I thought it was important to look at whether there was an opportunity to give the residents something where they can get together, have like a little market day, have like a little bake sale day, because I love like what Plum Creek has, where their community can really get together and have events. I've seen how their beer fest works, where they have members just have a beer tasting outside. And it's, what makes that special is they have a little house. And with that little house, you're able to utilize it. So you don't have to have neighbors or people you don't know, come meet you at your own house. You've got a little central area. And so that's really what can make a development special. I think that's what I would like to see in most future developments that bring in a lot of houses and townhomes. It's like a little, everybody can use. Of course, there's liabilities, there's issues, but just something like that, because just being out in a park, yes, you can get together at a park under a tree, but it's a little easier for people to have something that is enclosed, that looks pretty. It doesn't have to be a very huge building. It could be something small, just so that they know that that's their little get-together place. And if I want to have a Santa Claus thing or something, you've got a central location. So that they want to really do that or to consider that was special.
Council, I want to make sure that we're doing this correctly. I believe that before you can start discussing the matter, that you first have to have a vote to reconsider.
Okay.
And Paige, if you're online, if you can correct any part of that that's not correct.
But I was just bringing up an amenity that they were talking about.
Yeah, and this is Paige Side, City Attorney for the record. Let me just clarify. This isn't like the traditional motion for reconsideration that you have gone through before, where the council votes on a matter and then brings it back at the next council meeting for reconsideration. You've already passed that time to do that because this was voted on in September, if that's the background material is stated correctly. And so what we're talking about here is council's voting on whether to waive the 12-month prohibition against refiling the same zoning application. And so they're discussing the kind of what they like about this proposed project. Ultimately, what they'll vote on is whether they're going to approve waiving that 12-month prohibition against refiling the application. If they approve it, then the applicant will refile their zoning application. It'll go through the process again.
Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're just trying to approve waiving the zoning to where they can bring this back as a regular agenda item. Is that or a new agenda item?
Right, because it was denied. The zoning application was denied, and they can't file a similar zoning application for 12 months unless council waives that requirement. And so you're being asked to consider waiving that requirement. And then they'll refile it and take it to P&Z and then back to you again.
Okay, so the discussion is just to waive the rezoning request. Councilman,
to waive the 12.
Okay, Councilmember Bradshaw.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the 12-month timeframe for the rezoning application for the Woodmere project.
Second.
Okay, a motion was made by Councilmember Bradshaw to reconsider the rezoning. Also seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Do we have any further discussion on the motion?
Will this be brought back then at the next council meeting?
No, the next council meeting is the December 20th meeting. So state law minimum requirements, depending on how the calendar falls, it'll be 60 to 90 days after they apply. So there's minimum timeframes you have to wait for from a public hearing perspective and notice to the newspaper and sign notices and all that kind of fun stuff. So.
Okay.
So it'll, like I stated earlier, this project's not a foreign one to staff. So it'll probably follow within that time frame pretty smoothly, I anticipate, but they still need to follow minimum state law requirements.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Okay, next up on the agenda, we are we're almost done, guys. Agenda item number 38, discussion and possible action, the creation of the City Council policy procedure for outgoing council, including but not limited to protocol regarding return of city property and direction to staff regarding emails and correspondence. Councilman Flores-Cale.
All right, thank you. So what I've learned on my short 2 years on council is that there is no procedure for council members when their term has expired. And so to help staff and to help current and future council, I wanted to discuss with, openly on the dais, how we can create some kind of policy that directs us to know what to do when we leave. And that's, since we don't know the ins and outs of it, I would like staff to be involved in that, since they understand and are aware of what goes on in the background as far as credit cards and electronics and emails. And so basically I want to open it up for discussion, and then my hope is to direct staff to bring something back that council can review.
Okay, anybody hope for discussion? I'd like to go ahead and add in. So what we're asking for is you're saying here that you want to be able to get some kind of policy in place for people who are outgoing. What about a policy that also includes incoming? Okay, yes. So that way, what's required as far as the, like, whether it's equipment, whether it's the badges, whether it's following email protocol, maybe also who we speak to on that end, kind of in that sense is kind of what I was looking at. That would be kind of my feedback as we have new people coming in, because we're going to be having somebody within the next week or so. I'd like to get their feedback as well. But if we're looking at doing something that's a policy procedure, I'd also like to look at it as somebody that's coming in to also understand how to take care of this, what's our protocol and so forth, and of course maybe some, I wouldn't say etiquette, but as far as like, okay, make sure we arrive on, ahead of time, or if you're running late, let somebody know, have a backup buddy kind of thing. And then also look at it as far as when somebody leaves, what would be, I guess what you're saying is the timeline to turn in your equipment, whether it's 24 hours or 48 hours, or do a rundown, kind of
right.
like a
when will staff
debrief.
know when to cut off the emails? Like just something with, some kind of closure. I think your idea to include the incoming council is excellent, because I remember when I was new, and I remember Councilmember Zuniga and Parsley, we were all asking questions when they came to, like, well, when do I get sworn in? And in fact, I didn't even know I got a laptop or an iPad. It's not, I had a council member call me and say, hey, do you want me to get one for you? And so it really, I think, needs to be a little bit more defined on who we go to and what that process looks like. For both incoming and outgoing council, and for staff to understand what our expectations should be.
Okay. Anybody else have any other discussions or would like to add? Anybody would like to make a motion on this item?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to create a policy regarding procedures for incoming and outgoing council members, and I'd like to bring it back the first meeting in January.
Okay, motion was made by Council Member Flores-Cale to approve item number 38 with the actual verbiage of including incoming and outgoing council, and to bring back in the first week in January.
Yes, please.
Okay, do we second? Okay, we also have a second by Councilmember Parsley. Any other discussions on the agenda item? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-1. Next up, we have agenda item number 39, to consider possible action to approve spending plan for the Kyle Housing Authority, use of $75,000 authorized in the City of Kyle 2023 budget for repairs and upgrades at the Pete Dressen property. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor, council, or no mayor, but council. Jerry Hendrix, Interim City Manager for the record. This item is relating to the $75 council generously put in the budget to help our housing authority bring their units up to a level that will pass inspection with their inspection people. You also might remember that Hayes County also matched our $75,000, so they have $150,000 to work with. You'll see in the backup a list of projects and a time frame that adds up to $151,000 and change. And I've been working with the Housing Authority to identify those and to come up with a plan to make sure that our investment in them is spent the way we want. So if you approve this action tonight, that will authorize the $75,000 to be spent, but it won't be issued as a lump sum to the Housing Authority. I will work with the Housing Authority to identify projects that they're going to be working on, and then they'll work on those, and then when they're finished, they'll let us know, and either myself or my representative will go and inspect that to make sure that it's been done accordingly, and then we'll reimburse the Housing Authority for that work. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
You have any questions for Mr. Hendricks? Okay, so when it comes to the $75,000, will we be getting an automized of like the type of repairs they're going to be doing and
Sure.
how much it costs and so forth?
Itemized list of
Where-
repairs is in the backup,
Mhm.
and then we'll report back to you as those are being taken care of. You'll notice that some of those have already been taken care of because when we approved the money in the budget, they couldn't wait to get started, so they went ahead and started taking some of those off, and I've been monitoring those, and they are in line with the list that they gave us earlier in the year. So we'll go out and we'll inspect those first and make sure that they're done accordingly, and then we'll reimburse them for those, and then we'll proceed on till our $75,000 is spent.
Okay, if there's no discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to consider possible action to approve the spending plan for the housing for $75,000.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Flores-Cale that we approve. Any discussion on the motion? Those who approve, say aye.
Aye.
Those disapprove, say nay. Sorry, it's getting late. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. I'm glad we went for that tour, so I understand the need for that. Okay, last item we're going to have is agenda item number 40. Consider possible action to identify a date and location of the 2023 City Council Visioning Workshop. Ms. Amber Lewis.
So we were directed at one of the most recent council meetings to identify some communities and places that y'all might like to go visit for council members. Zuniga, this is something that the council does every year. It's an opportunity to look at what other cities are doing, how they're doing it well. We go and tour them. We tour all sorts of things that we might want to bring back to Kyle. And we get to talk with city staff and see how they do that. And so here are some communities that we put together a little small committee. It was Rachel, myself, Allison, our new communications manager. We had Kayla Sharp, she's our city planner on there, and then Jerry, myself. Who else? Was that everybody? Victoria was on there as well. And so we came up with 4 communities for your selection. The first one is McKinney. It is 30 minutes north of downtown Dallas, so similar to Kyle, being outside of Austin. McKinney is also outside of a large metropolitan city. Population is 200,000 there. They have a Main Street program in historic preservation for their downtown. And then in their development patterns, they have mixed-use developments, which is what we've been looking to bring to Kyle, working really hard on. And then key attributes is location, development patterns, emphasis on downtown planning, emphasis on community facilities. The other thing that we took into account was we had been hearing from the council that you all wanted to possibly look at a senior center, a library, a rec center, a community center, all these things possibly combined. So that was also key for us in picking the facilities that we picked. And so they have a Gabe Nesbitt Community Park, and it has different facilities in there. And then what you're seeing right now is a concept plan. And they have the Apex Center, which is a fitness facility. It's got aquatics, and it's got a playroom for kids. And then the PSA is the indoor and outdoor facilities for organized youth sports. Then they have the John and Judy Gay Public Library also in this park. And then Kayla put this picture in there to show you that they're actually building what they had in their concept plan. So they're actually making it come to life. So we thought that was impressive that they're actually executing what they had planned. Some of the other city facilities in that park, skate park, garden, baseball and softball fields, and then the senior recreation center. And then she pointed out some mixed-use developments there in McKinney, West Grove, and then District 121 because it's on Highway 21, which I thought was clever. The next city is El Paso, Texas. The State Planning Association was there, and several staff members went, and also a few of the Planning and Zoning Commission members. And they came back and they were all excited and rejuvenated, so we thought this might be a really good community for you to consider. They have a recreation center. It's called the Beast East Side Rec Center. It's 101,000 square feet. Mixed-use development called Montecillo. It's not funded by a TERS, but it has all sorts of development. You can see it's getting constructed there. They have a museum. I know that we've talked about bringing museums to Kyle. Sports entertainment, they have the Chihuahuas, which is so cute. And they're a minor league stadium, and so it might be kind of fun to go. We typically choose around February, March, and maybe there might be a game going on. And so here are some of the things that they've worked on. They point out that Victoria wrote that El Paso has 11 senior centers. That might be countywide, but she's reached out to get more information about that. But nonetheless, we would have an opportunity to look at their senior centers and how they're funding them. The next community is Brownsville. It's got 186,000 population and then 800 plus employees. It has a community center, Market Square Events Hall / Research Center, originally built in 1850. That's pretty cool. Sports Park and Outdoor Community Center, it's the Midi Cultural District. It has the Zoo, Aquatic Center, Dean Porter Park there, Fine Art Museum also. Brownsville Sports Park, it's a 120-acre regional park. And then the Senior Center was not actually in Brownsville, but there is one in McAllen. And then mixed-use developments, it looks like they're kind of starting on their journey to getting mixed-use developments in Brownsville. Nearby attractions is SpaceX. And then Sugarland, a population of 111,000, city employees 848. They have Imperial Park Recreation Center. They have the Sugarland Town Square. And they have a senior center. It was old. It went through a renovation in December 2021. They have 3 libraries. And it's all under county control, so that'll be a little bit different for us to learn about. And then it looks like the town square features mixed-use development, but other than that, they're also probably starting their mixed-use development journey. So those are the communities that we have for you to pick from, and willing to hear questions or thoughts.
Okay, Councilmember Bradshaw.
I really hate to kick the can because this is really exciting. All of these seem really great. But with Mayor gone and with a seat still needing to be filled, I feel like postponing this would be best. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone until the next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made to postpone the item by Councilmember Bradshaw and second by Flores-Cale. I think that's a good idea because we want to be able to have input, you know, on all the cities, the four. Thank you so much for looking at all four of them. They're great.
Can we, I just have a question.
Go ahead,
About this
Councilman.
item. Can you email these to us, and then
Absolutely.
whenever the new person is elected, can you email that to them so we can make this decision by January?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You bet.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
To postpone it?
Just postpone. Motion passes. Motion to adjourn. Second. Motion adjourned. We are adjourned.